Is this a sheep?
Yeah. It's me and Anna.
All right. I feel like it's a sheep.
It's a sheep.
A sheep?
It is a sheep.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Your sheep.
Like kicking my sheep.
I'm surprised they can do so much with so little, like,
Yeah.
you know, it's economy of shape.
Shape economy. I
haven't had enough sugar today, so.
The character design on those Haribos is like through the roof. Okay, Anna, thank you for sending me your goals.
My goals are to be annoying and to cause trouble.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
And what are Brian's goals?
Holster's not here right now.
No.
Holster can't come to the phone.
I was about to say.
Sarah has some body goals.
Some what
Decomposing.
goals?
Sarah,
What?
Dude.
They're at full left, so we can have two each.
I should have those over today.
Take two. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh, you love these.
They're loud and cheesy.
Alright, let's do a recap.
Yeah.
Okay. So, oh, I'm echoing really bad. Sorry.
Why?
In Lily's.
I think that was just you chewing just then, not an echo.
There we go. I turned it down.
So for the recap, yeah, that should be good. Can y'all see her? Still here? Okay. Okay. So turns out we find out very quickly as players, Brian is Karul. Karul possessed Brian. And as Sarazar's trying to get away, he gets in the locket. Gerald convinces Karul to talk to Loran, and they come to some sort of agreement. Angry agreement. Meanwhile, we accidentally spill the beans, and by we I mean Slia spills the beans that Picotaro is undead. As we're discussing healing and whatnot, Cass and Valis arrive right as things have escalated and stop the escalation, and everybody calms down. Neff gets some like samples to sort out some like antidotes, and Slia does the big heal, and then we all go inside and we're like, where's Brian and where's Sarazar? Because they were supposed to talk to us about stuff and things. And we come back and the energy's real weird. And everybody be like real sus. We find out that Sarazar is in timeout, which Loran has in the locket. Loran needs to go talk to his parents. We have a discussion about Karul and maybe getting him a body instead of just like not hell. Because he's like different. I feel like I'm floundering.
What assistance do you need? The DM is here to offer.
Well, Brian and Gerald go. Well, not Brian. Karul and Gerald go off.
Absolutely pop off.
and the rest of the group is planning to go interrogate Sinestre, except for Cass isn't here, and was going to take point on that because Slia does not want to actually talk to her.
Yeah. Sorry, I've got a Melon. To fill in a little bit of what you missed, there were healing happenings as well in the Apraean tent. You were able to gather some samples about the disease, the necrosis, which is present in the Apraeans, or was present. You've healed them all now. You will also have a very long and deep conversation about what to do with the Karul's soul fragment, which I'm pretty sure the TLDR of was Loran like, Giral like, please, I would like to not send him to hell, and I don't know, maybe he can stick around. Cass was like, no, evil. And Ulster was being interestingly sympathetic, but throughout it all, nothing of the true nature of what was going on was fully revealed. And the only piece of information you have about Sarazer is that Loran took him in the locket to go and see their family and have a family discussion. And that Giral should be, and that Giral wants to have some alone time with Valis, and he wants Valis to be part of making this decision.
At the end, Loran wants to go and find... Oh wait, we need to switch sounds. Wait, turn this off.
At the end, I think we're going to retcon.
Well, I'm going to make it.
There we go.
I can't eat melons all the way.
No, you can't.
I'm just going to... How are we all feeling tonight?
Feeling good.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to help with you.
No. Thank you for the help.
That's okay. Is there anything else you wanted to add to your recap? How Sri is feeling?
Not good.
I'm not feeling good.
Slea's Slea's had that like, there's like some sort of weird crisis thing going on that I can focus on. That isn't like my own personal sadness that I'm drowning in.
Wait, sorry. A queer crisis, as in like sexuality and gender?
Oh no, weird crisis.
I was like, this is new information. I'm ready. If anybody wants to go and explore their sexuality through D&D, let's run it out.
I think we came into this game having had our queer crises.
Yeah.
Already done it.
Yeah, we
Already
did that.
doing it, Sam.
Oh yeah.
I need a tissue. Fuck, sorry. I am just getting something.
Cool. So we start off the game with an immediate pickup where we left. Loran steps over to the balcony and closes, making to leave. Leaving you with Giral's illusion, not Karul. Loran's illusory body sleeping in the bed. After a few minutes, Giral just says, so do you think we'll be in this room for the duration of the trip over to a chisel?
I honestly don't think he's going to get very far without it. I give it another 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm. I actually think he might come back because he doesn't want to leave. Look.
It's supervised.
No, let's just see.
Cruel rolls his eyes and he walks over to the closet. He just strips off all of Ulster's clothes. He's like, I'm going to find something wearable.
Gerald turns around to preserve Ulster's modesty.
Coral just shakes his head, goes into the closet,
Okay.
comes out, I'm gay.
I'm gay.
Move, I'm gay.
So, with that in mind, what kind of clothes are you putting him in?
I think Coral doesn't appreciate people who are overdressed. I think he's a big fan of simplicity. He likes darker colors. So he's probably just going to find some black trousers and a black blouse, I think, would be his ideal. And some very simple walking shoes. And he's going to tie Ulster's hair up because it's annoying him.
You find black trousers.
Mm-hmm.
Roll for black blouse.
Yeah.
I like to imagine Ulster has some undershirts. Natural 20.
Natural 20. Okay. You find a single thermal
Yeah.
that's a thin black layer. You put it on.
He's
You're
like, yeah.
freezing. Absolutely freezing cold. You do see, however,
What?
you do see big cream table knit jumper, which suits the moody core aesthetic just enough if you're interested
You'll put that on for now.
for now. It's comfy.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps a little bit too cute.
Yeah, he's not particularly happy with this getup. He's like, it's getting really old now.
At the very least, the black kind of like polo neck over the shirt shows up through. And you open the door to find Loran just lounging on the foot of the bed, and I said, ew, I'm not Loran.
Well,
Well, and he says, I felt weird about leaving you here with my husband. But I'm actually going to need you.
not that you need me.
To be honest with you, if I could do this without leaving Ulster behind, for example, putting you in the locket and then heading out, I would. But that would leave Saraza, and that's a loose end. I'm not ready to have Dan.
Mm-hmm. If we're going, you're going to need some of Gerald's blood.
What?
You're going to need some of Gerald's blood.
Why?
You'll find out when we get there.
Gerald just says, I already think we're real weird. This isn't going to help.
Well, I can't technically touch or hurt any associated parties of one Ulster game on, Dehane. So, if you could fetch some kind of vial, Loran, give him a little cut, collect the blood, that's all we need.
And if I decide not to?
Can't get the body.
That's a shame for you.
Shame for Ulster.
He looks at Ulster's body and he just says, you enjoying being, considering the lung situation, the magic situation?
Not particularly.
Wow. I could prolong your suffering just a little bit.
You be prolonging his as well.
From the sounds of it, he doesn't know where he is. Or what's happening.
I can change that. I'm being kind.
That's threatening. Preach.
No, it's simply a statement of fact. I thought your dad was into the legal term.
Doesn't mean I have anything to do.
Oh, really? Considering nepotism, that surprises me.
Oh my, the way you'll just shoot for such.
Do you want the blood or not?
I'm not cutting Gerald.
I suppose I could do it in a way that is non-threatening. I could take the blood. Draw.
Why do I always get in the middle of things?
I'm not getting emotional about this. Crawl goes and he's going to pluck a tiny vial from Ulster's little alchemy kit.
Okay.
You're going to let some blood. You have to give me express permission. It's not going to hurt.
He pulls out one of his daggers and he puts his finger.
Crawl. Holds it up. And he just slides his fingers along the prick to get a bit more than a drop.
Wow, this is so romantic.
You guys are really... You love those emotions, don't
Joel just says, no, you don't. I know you do.
Crawl caps the vial. Loran.
Loran smiles and says, I'll take it.
He hands it over.
It's in his
Don't drop it.
Ooh. I'm not stupid.
We'll be on our way.
Loran looks over at Joel and just, if anyone comes looking, be as convincing as you can be. And Joel just says, wouldn't it be better to your illusion? And Loran just says, at this point, if that doesn't fall,
I can contribute an idea.
you want.
I don't think Mike's sensitivity is up enough because the end of sentences is not quite.
I timed it around because Aelin said there was an echo.
Yeah, I know.
You just need to yell
I didn't
louder. Yell every line.
He might have just been being okay by it might be okay. Nah.
Keep an eye on it.
Aelin, if you hear an echo through your mic, just give us a shout and we'll do our best to figure
I'd rather be able to like hear y'all, and even if there is an echo. So
Okay. Pushed on. Loran just says, well, I mean, if it involves any more salacious kinds of illusions, then
You could just tell them, Jarrell.
are you saying that to Loran or Droll?
He says it to Jarrell. You could just tell them that we are being very salacious.
Droll just like rubs a hand over his face. It's like, again, the things I get into. I'm gonna go. I'll keep an eye on the door.
Why don't you enjoy the big bed? Ta-ta! Karul goes out to the balcony.
I was gonna say Droll just leaves. Okay, and you guys both head out the balcony together. So, other friends, Neth,
Gonna get some full pop.
That's me.
Julia, and Bluey. You guys, I believe, are heading to. Oh. You guys, I believe, are heading downstairs to Serena. Get some names added to your. To get
I thought it
some
was
names
less that we were not necessarily adding names to the list of people who were okay, but like removing them, I guess.
So who? Sorry, you're removing names. Who are you going to remove? Just
I
remind me.
might be confused though.
Yeah, I don't feel like I have the best sense of it. Just making it so that
Like,
If
I guess
Ryan enters-
Lizarina and Leander are the only ones who are approved to enter without the alarm going off, I guess.
and
Can
Cirilla.
you do this?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Anyway,
I'm
I
just
can
going
talk
back
about
to see the list. Okay. Scroll. Why did you take that? Sorry, it's gone a bit weird. That's gonna move with real speed when you. I know. Okay. So on the list currently are Ulster, Karul, Sarza, Lucas, Serena, and Leander. So you're going to be taking off Ulster, Karul, Sarza, and Lucas. I can't believe Ulster didn't put that.
Well, I don't think there was any sort of objection to Lucas or Sarah's.
Okay.
That's true.
Mm,
So it would just
It
be
is-
removing everybody else off of the list, which Just
the
removing,
only
I guess,
person
Brian
that can
and
go through.
Karul.
So you're just going to want to remove Ulster and Karul, the people who are okay to enter without being seen.
Yeah, it's okay. Do we as characters know this list now, or shall we like talk to Serena about it?
It's been explicitly mentioned by Cass and Ulster during the talks. And the discussion was about whether or not certain people should be on the list or otherwise. And it was a discussion that happened in conjunction with talking about Cruel Soul. Wasn't it, Basil?
Okay.
You know.
Was there anything said about why Karul should stay on the list, if anything?
If Bluey has a question about that, then Bluey can answer it. Ask it now, even.
I don't understand why Karul was put on the list in the first place. I mean, I guess we'd want to know the contract's kind of whereabouts, and I guess, it might be annoying to Zarina every time contract gets put away and put back and that sort of thing. But then, I mean, Brian said that, the soul he couldn't do anything. He couldn't, I don't know. Really feels uneasy.
Does anyone have anything to say in response to that? Neff has nothing to say at all about anything?
Neff is staying completely quiet.
What is Neff feeling right now?
Neff doesn't want to be involved in this process. Is how she's feeling. But she was already against doing this in the first place.
Leah?
I wonder about how much sense it makes at this point to restrict the contract that much. But if there is a danger to be found within that shard, being more aware of when it's taken out, even if nothing happens with it, I think makes a certain amount of sense.
Should we ask Brian or whoever might be handling it, to maybe let us know beforehand or something? I don't know,
I mean, he has let the group know when he's gotten the contract out.
Okay.
So
if the space is alarmed, do people going in, do they necessarily know it, or is it just the person who did it would just be Zarina, right?
Zarina is the only one who knows.
I think that to I guess re-alarm the space for both Brian and Karul, all that would really do is essentially say that we lack faith in Brian.
Celia, can I ask a question? Did you bring Farinia with you, or did you leave her at the Apraean camp with IT and Malala?
No, she's been just kind of bringing her along.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so I think at this...
Bring your wife to work day.
Yeah.
Can I tell you about a video essay I watched this morning? So it was a video essay about this parody of The Woman in the Window, which is a really bad, mummy thriller. When I say mummy thriller, you all know the genre I'm talking about, right? Like Girl on a Train, Gone Girl, that kind of thing. It's like a little sub-genre of thriller, which is appeals specifically to
35 years old plus mums, for whatever reason. But it's a parody of all of those kinds of films, and it was called The Woman in the Window Across the Street from the Girl in the Window, or something like that. And it's got like Kristen Bell, and I don't know why this reminded me of it. But one of the funniest things is when I know it sounds horrific, but you find out the way the daughter was like killed. It was on a bring your daughter to work day, but the dad works the FBI in a prison, and he was interviewing a man called like Mason, the like maniacal cannibal or something, and left her alone in a room with him, and he ate her. And I just couldn't stop laughing because I thought that was ridiculous. Hello. Anyway, it was funny. At least Crawley ain't a cannibal. But
Yeah, Crawl's not.
I'm glad we found out that it's canon that he's not a cannibal.
He's not real cannibal Shia LaBeouf.
No, he's really not.
Actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf. Anyway, that's fine. Back to the serious conversation. Frinia, who is on the bring your wife to work day.
Yeah, Slea's just kind of steadily been wrapping herself more and more around Verinia the longer the day goes on.
She's just holding her big tummy and is like, guys, no. What was she going to say? Because she's the only NPC I have there right now. She kind of listens to what
Please insert some sense into this scene.
She listens to what you're saying and she says, I think just from what I'm seeing, you might be right to be wary of Ulster. For no reason other than he is not acting like
Himself.
normal himself. And I think that has something to do with the fact that everyone reacted so poorly to his first decision to, open up the contract. So he's probably still recovering. And I think that's okay. Loran has very clearly gotten out what he needed to get out with him. And Dural is going through some shit. I won't pretend to know a lot about what the hell you guys have been doing. Or I just know that cruel equals bad. I don't know what Cass is saying, and she'll look at Cass. I don't know what you're saying about the soul fragments being evil or whatever. But if you're confused or you have any doubts at all, it might be worth asking someone who has more knowledge on either contracts or magic than just talking and walking in circles and getting lost in our own trains of insular thought.
So, talking to Sorelleras and Zarina.
Yeah. And maybe even Leander's there. Maybe... I don't know. This is just a guess, but they might all be in the same place right now. Wouldn't that be really funny and convenient? Scrolls through my note.
Shall we go to the Sorelleras mansion?
Sorelleras.
We go, we knock.
Okay, you guys head down.
See the dragon, the wonderful dragon or something.
See the dragon, the wonderful dragon of Sorelleras of Asia. It doesn't really have the same twang to it. Okay. Sorelleras magic dragon. Was super sus. Anyway. So, you guys head downstairs and you knock on the mansion door.
No dips.
Open it up. Oh my god. Guys, the spread laid out for you is so subpar. You can just see it by looking at it. You got store-bought olives still in like the packaging. None of like the beautiful urban dishware that they usually have. None of like the homemade freshly steaming dips or like like little like dishes of like ramekins filled with like interesting creme brulees of various mushrooms. No. Anna first.
Can I do an insight check whether this is because he's I don't know if Bluey knows that he's been salty, but if this is because he is still salty, or if he didn't really have time recently and needed to go to the shops to get a bunch of store-bought stuff, like, you know.
They just pop down to M&S. Make an insight check.
Because Slia also, that was kind of what I was going to say, is Slia
Yeah,
hasn't seen them since they died.
Oh,
Yeah.
they're going to mention that.
4.
Okay.
30,
Anna,
20.
30, 20. Anna, you're just happy there's food. Looks real good. Smells real good. Not as good as usual. That much you know. Slia, there's a certain amount of passive aggression that complements the fact that all these foods are still in their original packaging and not made. No effort of presentation has been made here, and that much you can tell. Now, Sorelleras themselves is standing by the fire with their hands behind their back, staring into it, just like wistfully. You see they have 3 cat scratches, quite deep, up their cheek. And then you can tell as well that Zarina and Leander, who are sitting and talking to one another, who have been picking at the tapenades, but are not 100% happy with what they found, and have half-finished plates of olives and crisp breads in front of them. And Zarina looks up, and you see that there's like a residual kind of magic shine over her eyes, and she's like, I was expecting you lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the rest of my family, I assume we won't be seeing them.
Did they not come to you?
Well, of course they did. Well, Loran. With some ridiculousness about Sarah's needing to be locked up.
Well, we would like to make a request to use Zarina and also ask for advice, and then gestures to the other 2. But
isn't it lucky that we're all in the same place then? Sorelleras turns around. Yes, that's quite convenient. Leander says, it's almost as if somebody put us here. Hey guys, I did that.
Who puts us here to do things? Like, and why do these things happen?
Zarina leans forward and says, you're asking the right questions. Carry on down that road and you'll be an existential philosopher before you know it.
Don't those guys get nothing done though?
Yes, pretty much. They all just kind of sit and think for their whole lives, and when they realise all their lives have passed, it's too late. But hey, let's add a cool dragon lady to their rank. Diversify into it.
Maybe I'll only do that like part-time.
Part-time thinker. Everyone else.
Part-time thinker. I only think part-time too.
So, you have a request of me, of course you do. There are so many things which only I could provide. What is it?
So the door to
The door.
where Cool's contract is being kept is alarmed, right?
Yes, it is. That door just there. She points to the door of Sorelleras' mansion.
And you're the one who alarmed it, yes?
That would be me. Yours truly.
And can you either modify the permitted people or recast the spell soon?
I certainly can. At the moment, I'm just alarming it as a precaution. It's not difficult. Who do you want me to add?
Ulster.
Ulster's already there.
Wait, whichever the thing is that is
You want to
Ta-
remove Ulster?
Right, remove. Yes. Sorry.
She sits back and crosses her arms. Interesting, why? He was the one who asked you to put it on there in the first place. He's acting a little weird, I don't know.
Something's just been a bit off with him.
And it doesn't actually stop him. It just annoys you. I mean, well, sorry about that if that happens.
Annoying me is a very risky game, I will say. But you lot have yet to achieve it. Leander sweats in the corner.
Leah sweats in the corner.
Right, so you want me to take Ulster off the alarm?
Yeah. It. I mean, I don't feel like I have the best sense of what's going on for him, but maybe it's. Well, okay. As a player, Cass would have mentioned that she didn't like how the conversation with Brian went when she was kind of talking about us doing things as a team and not individually, right?
Since Cass isn't here at the moment, if possible, I would like anyone who's sort of closer to Cass's side of the argument than Allstairs or Sleer's or Giraffe's side of the argument, to sort of vocalize that. So, Neff, I know that you were quite involved with what Cass was saying. So if you wanted to sort of like take on a little bit of what she was saying and share that with Zarina, I'd be happy.
Well, I think Cass and Neff had like completely opposite arguments though. I think like Neff was arguing against
Zarina
Cass.
asked. Well, Zarina doesn't know. What was Neff's argument? Because I thought you said that you didn't want to be involved.
Well, I think Neff's argument was that she didn't want to. I think she just trusts Brian at the moment still, but I don't think she would want to put any more alarms or restrictions or anything like that, which is probably for the not a good idea from a overall meta perspective, but that's how Neff has been kind of positioned up until now.
Okay.
But
Would Blue be able to notice that like Neff's not enthusiastic?
Well, you would know
And
because we had that conversation last game. I think Neff vocalized all of that previously. And
Yeah.
I feel like she feels like she's said everything that she needs to say. So at this point, her input is not going to change the course of action because the majority, like everybody else, I think, is on the side of doing this.
Alright, so Bluey knew that. I didn't know that. Alright.
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry.
That's fine.
Okay, so Zarina says, you want me to take Ulster off because he's been a little bit out of sorts. I will say I feel better not having him on there because if he tries to pull anything with the contracts again, at least I will know. In fact, when he asked me to complete this task, I had half a mind to leave his name off and not tell him about it. Rude.
Ooh.
Have you noticed something off with him as well?
Yes. I mean, it's to be expected, don't you think?
Does she mean because of like the whole assassination and everything, or like all of, or something else?
Make an insight check.
Okay.
Bluey might like inadvertently stare at Sleer for a bit when Zarina says that. Like,
Do you like the snow battle?
you'll roll.
26.
Whoa.
26. Okay. Zarina will say to you directly, Sleer, to clarify, he's been through a bit of shit the last years. He has made it worse. It is kind of on him, the sort of stress that he's going through at the current moment. That's specific for you.
But specifically, have you noticed him just exerting his power at odd moments?
like at brunch.
Yeah.
It wasn't at brunch. We did have a bath together.
At brunch, he said he wanted to speak to Gerald after, but Gerald wanted some space, and then he ordered Gerald. Well, I was like, on my lands, I'm your king, and that's an order. I think that's what he said, something like that. And yeah.
One second.
1 second. Okay, right, good. I was gonna say, Lily's mic is still on.
It is now the player's game. We have taken over.
There's a good quiz show called Hard Quiz. Where it's like answer questions about your topic, but then at the end of the first round, it's answer. Oh no, it's like second round is like general questions, and the way it's always introduced is like it's the people's round. It's the player's game. I love that show. Oh my god.
Never seen it before.
Zarina, just...
On the NPC. You can watch it on.
Oh wait, did you see that viral Jeopardy thing that went around, which was like 80s song lyrics, and everyone could guess it without any hints?
Never gonna give you up.
Never. It was so obvious. It was pretty funny. Anyway, so Zarina kind of like takes in what you guys are saying. This seems out of character. I want to pin it down to him just becoming the fact that most likely the only leadership he's ever seen in terms of royalty has had to fight for their place and their respect. Alternatively, has been of an entirely different character to the one that he has himself. For example, Lucas, who is naturally very charismatic and assertive, or Neff, your dear mother, who had to abdicate from the throne.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, if I was approaching this from a purely emotional standpoint...
He can't get his booty up.
Oh no.
He's too heavy.
Come on, baby.
Come on, Baz. Come on, Baz. You can do it. You can do it.
Oh no. Come on. Don't give up on your dreams, Basilton.
Come on, Baz. Yay. Good job, baby.
So-
Well enough to not.
We love
Anyway.
succeeding.
He's gone.
He left.
He would have been
Sorry, distracted. So, let's just go back into the narrative. Zarina says, if I was being entirely emotional about this, I would put it down to that. But when Karul is involved, when is anything ever easy or logical? Instinct tells me to take extra precautions.
Yes.
I mean, it.
So,
Ah,
I really hate that idea. Not the taking extra precautions, just everything that just went through my head. Ulster was listed as one of Karul's vessels on that contract. Is it possible?
But wasn't that contract destroyed?
that's the contract that you guys have been using this entire time.
Oh, that's the contract that we've been using this entire time. What was the contract we destroyed?
That was the part with Cass in it that you guys got rid of.
Oh. Are you sure we didn't destroy the contract that...
Yeah, no.
They didn't destroy
It was a
Carol.
different thing.
No, it was either the ones you got. You either got the one with Terravine and the body farming, which I'm pretty sure you guys were able to destroy.
Yeah,
and then you got Cass's contract, and then you got Carol's contract, and those were the only three you could get. No, yeah, you're right. It wasn't Cass's. It was the Terravine body contract that you guys did.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the one that's been with us the whole time.
Yep.
So what? Sorry, the contract that Cirillaras destroyed was
to sever any obligation between Carol and Terravine, the pit fiend, about making bodies, which means that he couldn't make any more bodies if he died. You couldn't go into them.
I thought there was a whole sort of emotional moment of like Brian reading the contract and seeing his own name on there and Valis's name, and no,
that was a different contract. That was a different contract. Carol had. It's okay, Anna. That did happen.
All right.
But that was the body farming thing.
Okay.
That was different.
You know, I'm just gonna make a canon that Bluey thought it was the other one. What?
Oh.
For sure.
Wait. So...
I need to sit down. If that's a possibility, I'm just.
What was the thing of you connecting with your goddesses about Carol being bound to his body?
He was, aside from the fragment that remained in the contract.
So is that fragment
the fire and just sound.
Sarah's nose!
And just says, goodness me, there are so many questions flying about here. If only somebody had all the answers.
Excuse me, Nix.
Soras looks over, looks down at the array of dips they set out for you and just says, why, though, would I give over such delicate information as the plight which also brought me earlier today?
I'm sorry, what?
What? Oh, well, if you insist. Your interrogation has got through to me.
If you wouldn't mind, I kind of died and I'm still catching up on everything.
That's fine. So I will explain. The one who came to me to pick up the contract for Kurul was, of course, Ulster. He came with pure intentions, but there were certain risks involved. And I thought that he knew what he was doing. However, when I next saw the king and realised that it was not, in fact, Ulster inhabiting his body, or at least not only Ulster, but Kurul, I realised that there was a certain problem that had gone unforeseen by our brand new king. And I kept this to myself because nobody asked me about it. And I didn't think it was pertinent information. I am not particularly attuned with your goals and your various alignments and deals. And as such, it did not feel like it was my place to say anything, nor did I really have the motivation to. But I've known it was cool for about
16 hours.
Sorry, did you think we were going to ask you if Brian was possessed? Is that what you're saying? Like coming to you and asking if Brian has been possessed? Sorry, Ulster, you know,
Well,
Brian's possessed?
it's fairly obvious, isn't it?
Wait a minute, hold on.
Serena said, "Oh, he stood up naked in front of us. I should have known."
What could have possessed him to do? Oh, possessed him to do that. Nev has a revelation.
I suppose I should have mentioned that I spoke to your friend as well.
My friend.
Cassia.
You did die, I suppose. Well, I didn't think your goddesses would come and collect so quickly. I see where this is going, I understand. I have information pertinent to you, and you have information pertinent to me. Before we proceed any further, looks over at Leander, shall we draw up a little contract of our own, or should we do this on good faith?
Good faith sounds good.
Leander says, I advise against it, but I'm not the boss of anyone here, as demonstrated by the last 48 hours. I also do feel like my legal advice would be somewhat wasted, considering the contract. Without consulting me, I'm his father-in-law. Anyway.
So, when Brian was saying, or was sort of agreeing with the body thing, that was Carol. And when Brian wanted to talk to Gerald and ordered him, that was also Carol. But it can't have been Carol who got Carol's contract out in the first place.
That was Ulster.
So, how long?
Like I said, about 8 hours. Hold on.
2 days.
Slia.
I would like to do a sending to Gerald.
You little bitch! You knew! Oh no! Oh no! Hey, it took us a couple of logic leaps to get to this plot thread. Aren't you guys happy we're here now? Aren't you guys having
I'm
fun?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think it's funny.
Aren't you
Yeah,
guys
now.
having fun? Aren't you guys having a good time? Anyway, so you want to do sending to Gerald.
Yep.
Okay.
We know. Please come to Sorelleras's mansion.
No, shan't.
Yeah, we know. Please come to Sorelleras's mansion. That's it. There's the message.
Smash cut. Gerald is currently making a little escape rope out of bed sheets. Has a little tiny, like, bungee cord for the ballast to tie around his waist. He's mid-knot tied, and he just hears this voice in his head. And he just says, fuck.
Gerald, please come to the principal's office.
You've been a very naughty boy. Boy, come to the office.
Gerald in the house. Please proceed. Anyway. Are you guys just gonna wait for him to turn up?
So he's gonna wait. How long would it take
They're all
for him to?
The door. You stare at the door, and after
Folded
about
arms.
2 minutes, Zarina just says, 3, 2. Wait, no, he's stalling. And then the door just kind of clicks.
And Jorel just sort of peers through. He's wearing full armor.
Something you want to tell us?
Tell the class, Drow.
He wouldn't smile. Saraza said, no, I'm not Saraza. Jorel says, it's my fault.
How?
He was chasing after me. The other night, you weren't there, but, well, he looks at Bluey. You were. Nunef. When you told me you hadn't used any dark magic to help conceive Valis, it scared me enough to make me want to run. Because it would mean that he really did have the capacity to love something. To love me. And he later told me that he thought if he didn't do something, I would never come back. He'd never see me. So with Ulster's name on the contract, I suppose it meant there was a partial kind of crack in the armor, which allowed him to slip through. Sarah's a
Baz is having a great time in the background.
Political boy.
Gremlin. Oh my god.
Oh, I got a £20 Pets at Home voucher, by the way, so I thought we could get them a big
Yeah.
thingy tower.
Let's do it.
Anyway. Next time, it's going to be...
Hey.
Cat condo.
really funny.
Anyway.
Sarah's... You have to understand,
He walked in on something he shouldn't have.
Refer to my profile picture for reference.
I would never have... It was never my intention to betray Ulster. Zarina stands up. And she walks across the floor. And she stops just in front of Gerald.
Does it look like she's going to take any hostile action towards him?
And she raises... You'll probably figure out. She raises her hand to his cheek. And she just gently holds it. And she says... I would slap the shit out of you.
But I've seen your type. I don't think you need any more physical harm. You've had enough. It won't mean anything. Just to be clear there, because I feel like it could be misunderstood, that's not physical abuse from Karul. That's referring to his upbringing, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's referring entirely to Jaral, where he came from, Batar.
Is there any point where we could take reaction to this? Or insight Zarina?
You can, yeah, definitely.
Okay. Yeah.
Just in case someone needs to be tackled, say, I don't know.
Tackling Zarina.
Five.
You're living someone's dream there. No. Zarina is quite sinister with her words, but I think you know that she wouldn't hurt anyone who Ulster or you guys consider to be family. And Jaral
22 on insight.
22. I think you would get all of that, and you'd also get that there is a sad kind of understanding on her face as Jaral says all this, and you can just see the sort of like threads connecting in her mind. And Jaral is just staring at his feet and does not look like he can take any kind of steps close to you guys.
Can Sleep go over and hug him?
Zarina,
Like,
after
very
that, step away.
Hesitantly, like she's not approaching with any sort of like malice or.
I think Jaral is very, very stiff and almost is like trying to like a cat trying to shy away from your touch, but he allows it, and he just sort of whispers into your shoulder, I do love him.
I know.
This version of him.
I'm sorry that you didn't feel like you could trust us. But I'm so glad that you're okay. You were there when I woke up.
I really meant it. It was not my intention to betray any of you. Right, if we've gone this far, then there's more I have to say. But, Zarina, Leander, I understand you have connections to the Sealy Court. I know that you want to be neutral parties, but if you hear what I have to say, I don't think you'll be able to. So, I'm asking you to leave and not get involved in this, please. And he looks like he's almost ready to drop to the floor and beg for this chance. Leander looks over at Zarina, and they kind of meet eyes. And if there's anything anybody wants to say in Jaral's defense, I'm going to roll a persuasion check. I can do it with advantage if any of you have anything to say. Or singularly.
I mean, I guess
That's
he
not
does
getting
have.
involved. That's not doing it.
And Blue would say, if you two have already helped out a lot, and if this is something that's going to cause you much more
Further
difficult
trouble.
time.
Gerald, is Loran involved now?
He's been involved since Sarasa. Sarasa is in the lot. And Loran has him. Neff is just fuming.
Neff isn't gonna say anything.
Serena is like, that makes sense now.
So, right. Yeah.
I don't know if the addition of Loran being involved would convince them one way or the other, but that's all Slia has.
Okay. That's fine. Leander says, wait, let me roll first. Loran's always involved in some kind of crime. This is true.
Loran and crime? More likely than you think.
B, gay do crime. Who do you think?
Yes, thank you.
Who do you think coined the phrase?
I didn't know.
It was.
Oh, okay. Of course it was her. Yeah.
Okay, with 23, my folder of secrets. With a 23, Zarina says, I already said I wasn't going to be getting involved in any official capacity. If what you have is going to embroil me in this any further, I am just going to phase out of it. Yeah. And at that point, Leander says, and Loran is far too close to being free from any of his old reputation and wounds in Viserys for me to want to broil him in any more. He offers his arm to Zarina. Zarina looks at him, just takes it and says, right, so I guess we'll just go. Who's looking after Sinestro? Rolmy's been at it for about 15 hours. Sean Pistol keeps bringing him
A
go
true
bring him
champion.
the pot, I suppose. Adios, au revoir.
The way they find out that their eldest son is imprisoned and their son-in-law is possessed, and they're like, nah, fam.
Oh my god.
They are old enough to sort this out by themselves.
Situation sounds a bit hairy.
I actually will say Serena like magically drops a pot of gold onto the table and just says, for their therapist when they return. Whichever one of you that is. And she leaves. At which point Gerald finally feels somewhat comfortable enough to approach you guys, and he just kind of shuffles with none of his usual kind of like silent grace, and just perches very uncomfortably on the edge of the most uncomfortable looking chair that Sororas has provided. They all look rather subpar today. None of them are quite the cushy armchairs that you're used to. They're still a bit
Blue will sit on the ground near the fire.
on the ground. It's nice and warm. It's nice. You guys all come around, and Brunia just kind of flops onto the sofa and says, no, this isn't going to do. Sororas, is that waterbed still in them? Yes, it is. Great. This does not feel like a situation I need to be in. She gives you a kiss on the cheek. Slayer. If anything major happens, you will come and tell me and find me immediately. None of you leave her alone. Or I will kill you with my bare hands.
I believe that.
That's my wife.
That's fucking
Yes. Just chanting, water bed, water bed.
Yeah,
Right.
Slia gives her just before she goes, Slia gives her just a full body hug,
Wow.
arms, tail, everything.
That's my wife.
Yeah.
So, you guys all settle down, and Jarrell just leans in and just says, I said there was more I needed to tell you.
They're not here.
They are also
Right, so, okay. Loran was unhappy, obviously, with the fact that Karul was using his body.
And this is the only way to get him out of Ulster, isn't it?
I haven't actually told you yet, so this is going to be great.
Yeah, I put that together before Leander and Zarina left. Sorry.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, before you destroyed the contract between Karul and Taravine, he did have a few bodies prepared. He hid them across the planar system, and he hid one of them in our home that we shared together. Currently, Loran and Karul are, and by association Ulster, are on a mission to reclaim that body. They just left about 15 minutes.
What?
Hold on, I need to do another sending.
Wait, so, Bluey, is there anything you want to sort of... Or do we leave that there? That's quite a nice little neat place to transition into what the heck is happening. So,
Before Slia says, you turn that carpet right around and we can have a conversation.
The bold of you to assume they're on the carpet.
Loran, when you guys head out onto the balcony, Loran pops up onto the banister and just kind of like sways there for a second and lowers his hand for you, Ulster.
Oh dear, I thought you were going to fall. He jumps up.
Now I'm going to push you though, and he shoves you over.
Karul just shuts his eyes and falls back.
And you slam your back hitting the ground as Loran slightly more gracefully walks through. And you sit up and you suddenly realise you are no longer in the Messiah, but you've walked through a teleportation situation of Loran's own creation.
You wouldn't let Ulster fall.
No, but I thought this was fun.
Hmm.
And you open your eyes, and you are in a schissel.
Homely.
Loran just sighs and says, "So, this is where you chose to dig your teeth in."
Yes, where are we exactly? Karul gets up, starts brushing himself off.
Cerulean coast, about 500 miles away from the actual High Solarian itself.
Is there a cliff line?
Yeah, so on your left-hand side, you see the land kind of crawling upwards towards the sort of like natural low hills, which the Ishissel sort of countryside is made up of. Think like Mediterranean, Greece, south of France sort of situation. Hints of like you're getting into hints of like that kind of like peninsula where it's like south of France, North Africa, Mediterranean, that area. And you've got that side, the sort of the typical white buildings, then chalky kind of sand. And then on your left, you have the Cerulean coast, which is stunning. It's beautiful. It's almost exactly as you remember it from when you lived here with Jural all those years. And you do see the coastline. It crawls up, just kind of like creeping around the corner ahead of you. And you know what you're looking for. So
Get that fancy carpet of yours out.
Loran whips it, unfurls, hops up onto the carpet. Don't know if you'll remember how to steer on muscle memory alone, so leave that to me and you just point me where to.
I can do this.
Okay. So you start flying across the coast, and you know that Loran has a general idea, but you also know that he doesn't know exactly where to go for this.
Crawl's kind of sitting cross-legged and he's kind of frowning as they move past the cliffs.
You follow the full crescent of the coastline as it kind of like curves inward. And as it hooks around, kind of cutting off that bay area where the Cerulean coast really truly is kind of at its most beautiful, you come into view of a few ocean sort of like pillars, stacks, about 10 miles out to sea, maybe a little bit less. You can see that the water itself is still swimmable within that point. It's a natural kind of warm area. There are coral reefs sort of leading up to these stacks. And also a lot of erosion has naturally occurred here. So there are just rock kind of like points leading up to it. And what's that place in Sendai with all of the...
I've never been to Sendai.
It kind of reminds me of it. I'm gonna just really quickly see if I can figure out places.
Everyone else, do you remember this house being described to us before? For some
No.
reason?
Crawl's house?
Oh, do you?
No.
No, I wouldn't, unless Doral does.
I thought
Do we?
maybe it was in a scry or something.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
But I feel like, yeah, I don't know.
So yeah.
I remember him standing near a, I don't know.
It's called Matsushima Bay, is the area I'm thinking. Yes, so you have seen glimpses of the inside of this place before. You've seen glimpses of tunnels deep underground with kind of grey rocks. You've seen interiors of bedrooms, vaguely described, with kind of like very low-lit, dark interiors, but with consistent lighting. You saw this place, I'm just trying to think, when Jaral, whenever you scryed on Jaral and he was alone, and in, when did you do this?
It would have been.
Actually, I think it would have been the place he went to with Elijah. When Elijah and him teleported out of the Temple of Abundance, with the tome, this is where they went, and that's what you're thinking of specifically. And the bracelet, if you remember that. In the long ago times.
In the long ago times.
Yeah. So, you curve around the edge and you sort of see these stacks, and you know that on the largest of those, which almost acts as its own kind of like miniature island, which for whatever reason just repels people magically, you know, is the place where you're looking for.
He just points. Steer in there.
You fly forwards, and you, as Ulster, get the strong impression to turn around, almost feeling nauseous the closer and closer you go. The winds pick up as if an omen saying, "Don't come here." But as you kind of come closer, it almost, this sort of like the effect, the magic, it almost glitches itself, uncertain whether to recognize you as friend or foe. I need you to just make me a wisdom saving throw.
That's cock.
Should I take it? It's a 19, but it was cocked.
If it's cocked, roll it again.
Not as good. But Karul has very good wisdom.
There you go.
It will be the same as Ulster's, I'm guessing. So that will be 15. No,
15.
16.
16. Okay. I think you're able to focus through well enough that when you breach that final kind of like line of like deep sea before it begins to sort of like draw up to the coast again, you are able to kind of push through, and you can you can pass through the illusion without any adverse effects.
How's their hand doing?
Loran, let's just scroll that. Actually, his sheet on this one.
Bing bong.
Bing bong. Also, if you want to describe any parts,
I gotta wing it.
Complete.
Yeah, boys.
yeah, boy.
Love improv.
Oh, yeah. Wisdom save +7, 19. So, you guys pass through, and on the other side, you see a white, kind of grey stoned building almost set into the rocks of this stack. And do you want to describe anything else specifically?
Oh boy. It's carved into the rock. It looks like it's quite cavernous and goes very deep. There would be a balcony, and that would be the most like jutting out feature of it. Otherwise, it's very much one with the rock.
Yeah. I think that's pretty apt as well. Okay. Surrounded on all sides by this kind of blue ocean. And as you make that face, Loran kind of looks at you and just says, nostalgic, are we?
Wouldn't you be of your home with Ulster? Do you guys even have one?
Yeah, we do. Anyway. This is where you live.
Take us into that balcony.
You land on the balcony, mirroring somewhat how you left the Messiah. At which point, you hear a sending in your head.
Me?
I'm assuming this is to Karul?
No, this is to Loran.
Oh, fun! Okay. Loran kind of blanks out for a second.
You left us behind?
Loran.
After you. At which point, Loran replies to you, Sleer. Someone had to hold down the fort. I assume you know. Trust me.
Slay sends a second one. Just bring Ulster back to us. Be safe.
I can certainly do this for you.
Can I roll an insight on Loran?
Sure. He's going to roll a deception.
24.
It's shit. You can tell Loran is thinking very hard. Definitely.
Karul takes a step up to Loran, even though he's much shorter, and he'll just take very gently the front of his shirt to pull him in, and just be like, "Don't betray me now, Loran. If you're thinking of any ways out of this, there are none. Even when I get my body back, you can't touch me."
Loran waits for you to finish what you're saying, and then leans forward and puts his chin on top of your head and just says, I was actually just thinking how anyone could have taste this boring. And you look into the room. He looks into the room over your head.
It's a bit rude considering I let Gerard take most of the decisions.
I'll have to have a talk with him. He's clearly not an osmosis my style yet.
I think it's slightly more tactful. I never did like the Tashiri decoration style.
We're not a monolith, Karul. And he just like sits you. You
Too
think of that
gaudy.
yourself.
Far too gaudy. Keeps walking.
You guys enter into the room, and this room First thing you see, Coral, first of all, you know exactly where this is. There is
I see.
a wraparound bookshelf kind of built, like carved into the rock itself, just filled with books, absolutely overflowing. Most of them show signs of very careful, considered repair, as if, well, you know, they were destroyed and then put back together as best they could be, or replaced in cases where they couldn't be. On the other side of the room, you see a sort of very low, sort of single, like futon style mat, which has been rolled up against the wall, as well as whetstones for sharpening daggers. You see even some books which have been left just kind of like open and spread on the floor.
Too sorry.
That's okay.
I was trying to hold back to sniffles.
It's okay. And you also see, set across the windowsill, dead plants.
Why did the plants die?
Because you guys haven't been there in like weeks. Well, dying plants, at least.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm a bit sniffly.
A row of dying plants.
Carol he looks like he's probably having a few moments of recollection as he looks over the books, especially, and he just surveys the room this way.
Noran follows you. He just says, "This one was Gerald." If I'm going to be here, you might as well give me a tour.
Wait, can I clarify? Does he mean Gerald's room?
Like, this is listed as Gerald.
Well, this is where he liked to be.
I suppose everybody would need a break from you if they were with you for more than an hour.
When I was here.
You often were.
You know I was a very busy man.
Sure, Gerald appreciated that. Where are we going next, then? You say as you kind of walk through these corridors.
These corridors go very deep. We'll follow them down until we get there.
You guys go through these corridors, and the further you get from the balconied room, the darker they become, and the more consistent the presence of lanterns and lamps becomes as well.
Not afraid of the dark, are you, Lauren?
No, but don't you both have night vision anyway?
Some darkness is somewhat impenetrable. The dark of the ocean, for example. It's not just the dark of shadows in here.
Cruel, you kind of notice a few more of the rooms as you go. Some of them which draw you more than others. The spiraling staircase, which leads up through the rock towards the mountaintop observatory, from where you can observe the whole of the Ashissel coastline. And you can see on some nights the High Solarium glittering, the lights of the Chronologica just kind of like flowing freely from it. You pass your own study. Door is locked.
He does want to look inside there out of interest.
Yeah.
Knowing Draal's habit of breaking things.
Okay. You open it up?
Yeah.
Okay. The furniture is still there. The bookshelves, the chair. There is an impossible window set into the rock, which faces nothing except stone. But you often used it for scrying or looking out onto other locations, teleportations. The room, other than those objects, is completely empty.
Has he scoured it?
Make me an investigation check.
14.
14. All of your research, all of your papers on kainite, its uses, whether it could be fused into a body, what kind of body would be perfect for it, what kind of magic style, any of your maps of the Messiah, all that research is completely gone. The chair is angled in such a way that you imagine somebody was recently, as in when I say recently enough that they didn't reset the chair, sitting in it. What did you roll again?
14.
I would assume you would pull open the desk and drawers and stuff.
Yeah, I think once he realizes it's all gone, he's like,
The drawers open and they are empty. You check your false bottoms, all empty as well. The only thing that has any sign of anything in it is when you pull open the kind of lid of your desk. And inside, you see letters. A thick pile of them, tied up with string, that is very so worn it's clearly been tied and retied. And all of them are addressed from Dural to you.
were these there before? Or are they the ones from his ship when he was?
You get the impression that these are the ones which Dural saved from the
They're all unanswered, aren't they?
each one.
I somehow get the impression, he holds up one of the letters, he's sending me a message.
He was reading those in your office and cleared everything else out.
Very sentimental.
Look, I never thought I'd be in a position to give you any kind of dating advice. I mean it.
Wasting all my research isn't really it either. But I guess what's done is done. This is the lesson I have to learn, it is. I assume he'll be wanting replies.
If you want to write them.
He kind of flicks through one of the letters. I don't have the memories to respond to half of these. My memories stop and go somewhat hazy after the point I signed the contract.
Well, then let these be a warning to you. For everything you will not become.
He takes a handful of the letters and he will just put them into his bag. For research, then.
Don't be too sad.
Sad.
Besides, I can probably make up for everything you lost here in about a week. You bitch.
There are some things you'll never know, Loran.
Bold assumption.
You just won't go far enough. Neither will I.
There are some things I do not want to know. To know them would be a curse, not a blessing. It wasn't for you. But don't underestimate the things I would do. Because I'm starting to realise, more than I ever have before, I am quite capable when the things I love.
He's only in the danger you put him in.
He's only in the danger you put him in.
I won't touch him.
Neither will I.
Good to know.
And he walks out. You follow? Roy. Leaving your study, the only other room you pass before you get to anywhere I suppose you'd want to do is the bedrooms.
He walks. He'll take a glance into all the rooms, but I don't think he'll go into them unless there's something in them.
The room which you knew to be the nursery, which Gerald kept Valis in, locked. Your bedroom, with which the two of you shared, open, but not much of note. Your things are where you left them. The bed does look recently slept in, as recent as the timeline would allow, considering Gerald's been staying in a shithole.
Does Loran look into any of the rooms?
Loran would peer. Make me an insight check.
22.
He is looking in. If you're trying to read his expression in any way, you can tell that he is a little bit conflicted.
What's wrong, Loran? Don't like my bed sheets?
I don't, actually. This is a whole life, girl.
You assume I didn't have one.
Well, you certainly didn't have a life. I'm joking. He kind of stops and just leans against the wall, crosses his arms in front of him and sticks out one of his feet. He just says, you had all this. How could you have this and still try and take what Ulster and I had away?
I think Carl's kind of stopped just ahead in the shadows, and he'll just glance back at Loran. I don't know. I suppose if I had to make an educated guess about myself, you took away the pinnacle of my research. He was to be, I'm guessing, the final vessel for the Painlight. And if I had signed my soul away, I don't see anything stopping me, apart from you taking him away. I have a feeling that was all I could think of.
I was taking him away from you.
I think I thought that, but being inside this head, I suppose it was more he took himself away.
He's his own being. As was Gerald.
I know that.
Gerald who chose to stay here with all these memories.
You can think what you like about me, but I love Jerome. For a time, I think.
He's under the impression you still love him, so if that's not right, then correct him soon.
For now, I'm just a fragment. Does it really matter what I love? And he keeps walking.
It does. He was getting somewhere without you, and now you're back. You have to take responsibility.
I didn't ask to be brought back.
You did, however, choose to possess Ulster. You did act on a feeling. As bizarre as it is to believe, You acted because you knew that Gerald realized you loved him. And you thought he wasn't. I don't really give a shit about your relationship. But I do actually give a shit about Gerald. In spite of everything. Because Ulster loves him. And he's like family to us. And I'm very protective of my family. Mostly Ulster. The others, love them. But if I tell them, they'll get spoiled. Take responsibility. And the round will sort of walk beside you. If you're moving again.
Cruel doesn't say anything. He did pause and he did listen, but I don't think he would have let Loran see his face. He'll keep walking when Loran walks.
Sure.
This is going to be so weird when I have to hand Cruel back to Emma.
Odd.
Odd.
Bizarre. Right. It's been just over an hour. So well, no, it hasn't. It's been 2 hours. But shall we pause here, have tea break, have loo break, make peanut mochi?
I won't have any. Of course you can.
Yeah. It's my favourite thing ever. Alright. We'll come back in like 10 minutes.
Sounds good.
Bye.
Boy.
Oh my goodness, you two. Oh, I left my phone. So. Hola, if anyone there. For anyone watching this recording, just rolled out the rest of my dice. I did not roll over a 13. In fact, I rolled 3 13s, 3 2s, 3 5s, 1 7, 1 8, 1 11. Shocking. I wonder if I could content ID claim this video by singing twerp songs. There's a good song by TWRP called Bright Blue Sky. Twerped is very pumping up, feel good music. I love it. They're good band, good songs. Also for the audience at home, cheers. If you know what gardenia and lotus flower smells like. It smells nice. I just got a bit close. The bright lights. think I have to invest in lighting because this camera's so shit. You buy a nice, expensive new laptop, and then you discover, oh, camera doesn't look great. Oh, I use my camera a lot. Damn. All that's rolling with the oceans pushing through.
Hello.
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 Hello. Wow.
Yellow.
Whee!
Interesting scenes.
Look at those two purple characters at the bottom.
Burple.
Purple.
Purple. Yeah, today's an emotionally bent session, isn't it?
It really is.
Burple.
We'll be picking up back in the Messiah, I think, to sort of balance it.
Yeah, I feel like going on a little solo adventure with Loran. Good fun. Keep it classy.
I'm sorry, I'm eating peanut butter.
How could you eat peanut butter?
Peanut butter
Disgraceful.
sounds Nice, actually. That sounds really good.
It is really nice. I'm just being mean.
That's my
Did
favorite.
you say you made it?
No. I started a new job.
Oh, nice. Congrats.
So I'm still at Waterstones on the weekend. But I'm also working at this like Asian food store. Like a really small supermarket.
Mhm.
But it's like 2 rooms and that's about it. Yeah, I'm just there for a couple of shifts, 2 or 3 like evening shifts every week. And they sell best peanut mochi. You boil it, put it in a mug, put a little bit of honey with it, boom, you're right.
Did you know Ollie put up a display of LGBT and POC classics?
I
I love Ollie. Sorry to someone at our work.
I want to respond to his display.
He's done some pretty good displays actually.
Is this a different person to the person you were talking about like a week or 2 ago?
Ollie is a man in his 60s who works at the bookstore we work at. He is referred to widely as the Waterstones cat, and he works in fiction. He is so scatterbrained and so funny and so cute, and I love him. Very often he's the really big bib in the staff room, and his food is always really smelly, so we always go like, Ollie, you're eating fish again, you're the Waterstones cat.
He had a little plastic tray of garlic prawns for breakfast once. And Wendy could still see them all the way into lunchtime. But he's very nice. I always say hello to him.
I always say hi to him. I'm always like, hi, Ollie. He's always like, oh, hello, how are you? I'm like, yeah, good. Good. He's joyous to be around.
Yay.
First of all,
Yeah, I miss first of all. Anyway.
I'm just having you all. Because we need to spend more time together, you see.
More time,
Yeah.
please. Ah.
Okay. So, you guys are currently with Jerome.
Having a breakdown.
And Slia, you send your last sending. And LeBron replies, I can certainly do this for you. And then in response to your stay safe, he just said, you too, which I know is part of the same sending. You've done 2 of those. In the wake of his response, what the frick do you do? What on earth are you doing?
I realise I should have been rolling everything with advantage because I've got foresight. I will.
You did pretty well. Slia?
It's just like, well, they're. Loren didn't say where they were, just that they were safe. Or they were being safe.
Make an intelligence check for me.
Okay. That's not good.
Okay.
That's real bad. Because I
You
have
have no
minus
idea where they could
3.
be. Nobody here knows. Well, you could always ask someone if you think anyone else in the room might have a better idea. But you personally don't know.
Seems like they're already gone.
Stroll just nods and says, yeah. Loran left an illusion of himself behind, and I stayed to make a backup escape plan with Valis, in case this all went wrong. I didn't feel very good about it. And I want you to know that the passive aggression, the ordering around, all that stuff, all the things that you've heard Ulster say, Karul say, he's not saying them earnestly. He's trying to play off being Ulster, but this Karul barely knows him. And this Karul is also in a very desperate situation. They may have been quite affronting in the last chat that we had, but he thought this was his only chance of life, and it was slipping away from him. In desperation, he almost acts like a child.
Speaking of which, have you spoken to Valis about this?
I think he fully understands. But he knows something's wrong with Ulster. There were a few times over the last few days where Ulster would come up and say goodnight to us. I don't know if he figured it out on his own or not. He could tell there was tension. The only thing that matters to him is protecting me. And the only thing that matters to me is protecting him.
Gerard.
Yeah.
So you're saying this Karul doesn't know much about how Ulster would be like being a king?
If I have my maths correct, this Karul knows an Ulster who would hate to wear the crown. He wouldn't want it. With addition of he's been cooped up for years in the dark. He's probably quite disconnected from reality.
Do you think he would know who you are now? Or how you've changed?
In terms of my looks, he knows.
I don't mean.
I thought you didn't. When he knew me last, I was resentful that he had to spend so long away from us, me and Valis. He would spend 6 months of the year with us, and 6 months of the year in pursuit of his higher ambitions.
What about when he put Valis with the sisterhood?
When he put Valis with the sisterhood, I did not help him for a long time after.
Why did you take him away?
Doral takes a moment and just kind of closes his eyes, and he just says, "Before I tell you this story, know that
We're looking at two different people from who they are now. Ghosts.
this one blurs the lines. This one part for me. And what I want to say is that he doesn't think in the way you or I might think. If you compared between all of us, our thoughts are probably almost inconceivable to the other, the way we make decisions. Him more so than most. It took me years to figure out what he was thinking, what he actually meant when he said certain things. And once I did, I saw more than just the terror, a man who had killed his family. There was something else there.
Help us understand.
Before he left the Messiah, I told him I wanted a child. I wanted us to have family of our own that we chose. And don't make fun of me. I've never had a blood relative. And I wanted to see what it was like. We had Valis, and I helped Raul remotely whilst looking after him. I'm sure you know that with cave children, god children, I guess as some call them, and I suppose I should start calling Valis that, even though I wasn't sure of it until now. They get their sustenance, their nutrition from skin-on-skin contact. Like a biological child or a birthed child would have in the moments after they were born. I was very protective, and I think I gave a bit too much of myself away. It's a two-person job, but Carol wasn't there the whole time. So whilst I was helping Carol, I gave all of my life force to Valis. It weakened me to the point where when I finally started going out and helping him actively again, I got injured. And I told him that I couldn't do it on my own and that I needed him to come back. But of course, instead of coming back, he sought other arrangements. When Valis was old enough to walk, feed himself, came home one day and he wasn't there. And I destroyed everything. I tore it all apart looking for him. And then Carl came back. And he told me everything. He paid for their protection. But I'll never forgive him for that. And he certainly won't forgive himself. I'll make sure of it. He sits kind of quietly. I've spoken to Valis about it. What he saw, what he experienced. They did keep their promise, the sisterhood. I suppose Karul's gold bought at least that much of their loyalty. They never raised a hand to him. But it's not about what they did, it's about what he saw. Because I lived in Batar. I grew up there. I haven't got many memories of when I was a child, but I know that it was bad. And the one thing I absolutely never wanted for him was what I had.
Do you think you can give him a better life with Karul still in it?
I don't know. But
But you want to try. Okay.
I choose to believe what he says. This version of him is not the one that tried to kill you all. And worse. But I won't force that decision on you. If you'll allow, I'll take him somewhere so that none of you ever have to see him again.
That means we'd never see you again.
I'm not glued to him. I don't know what the future will be like. Besides, Slia, we already might not ever see you after a certain point.
I know.
Ouch.
Neff, you'll bite onto the Sphinx of Death. You might die tomorrow.
I die tomorrow.
I'm still an enemy of Batar. They could kill me any second. Sinestro got this close.
I mean, that's true.
And Melas is still writhing with cultists, so... Why think of the far future?
Fair enough. I have 3 days, so I'm going to go enjoy that. Okay.
Joel's gonna insight check you.
Wow, this is some real good tea we're having here, guys. I've got an Earl Grey. It's very flavorful and aromatic.
Pearl starts making tea and reviewing it.
And today we have my favorite Assam milk tea with 0 sugar and 90% coffee.
90% coffee.
Oh my god, Pearl would mix tea and coffee.
Yeah, 100% would mix
He
coffee.
gets bubble tea coffee with no
Yeah,
bubbles.
he does. It's horrible. Joel's like, that's not bubble tea, cruel.
I want to tell you something, a bit of information.
Mm.
Dural loves sweet things because he grew up in the Underdark where he basically survived on moldy bread. So he hasn't had sweet things in like his whole childhood. So now he has a lot of them.
Oh.
Never
22.
secretly downing double espresso shots in the corner.
She ain't hiding anything, and he probably figures that, once she's back on her feet, she has to leave Ferinia's side and won't ever get to see her again.
Love that, guys. Quality content. Are you happy you're playing my game?
Always happy.
I'm going to
Yep.
finish this last mochi. Please tell me all about how you're feeling.
How are we feeling out there tonight? I am not feeling good.
Stressed out in game. Chilling, vibing outside of game. I'm enjoying the spectacle from slightly off to the
Yeah.
side.
When Dural sort of said, I choose to believe him, I think Bluey might have sort of given a look of kind of understanding.
Oh.
Also, she doesn't know any blood relatives of her own, so she would definitely not have.
She
Okay.
knows the feel.
Yeah, we love Dural.
Anna, hug yourself, I'm hugging you.
Hug yourself, Anna, now.
Oh.
Tighter. Yes, right.
That's what it felt like for me to give hugs to people in high school. Oh my god.
I learned something the other day, which is whenever you want to hug someone who you can't reach, you should give that love to someone else, so that it's not wasted. So I'm gonna hug Lily right now. Lily!
Hello. Oh.
This hug.
Wow, it's a good hug. Thank you for the hug. Beauty. And stop showing your booty to the camera. Absolute hoe.
I completely
Oh
missed it
my-
because I was pulling
oh
cat
my
hair out of
gosh.
my
Really getting
chapstick.
Oh my god. We dialed it up from like a 1 to like a 10 immediately. Wow, jeez. Holy moly.
You know I love it.
So Emma, now that you've been absolutely dismantled, how are you doing?
Yeah. And enjoyed your
Guys,
mochi.
I'm here to address the rumours that I'm a hoe. Only some.
The allegations.
I can't hug anybody in range, so I'm gonna hug this bunny plush that I have now. Just
Wow,
Yeah,
yeah.
what a
he is a little carrot.
Oh.
I got
No.
blankets.
So,
BMO.
Funny.
Oh,
Oh, Anna, by the way, I'll send it to you. I saw the pitch, booklet for Adventure Time. One of the screenwriters brought it in. So I
Oh,
will send
wow.
it to you. Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Wait, one of the screenwriters of...
I'm doing screenwriting, and one of the people is like, everyone who's coming to talk to us is like a big either producer or screenwriter or script writer. And one of them had like a whole like set of like TV pitch Bibles, which are like basically information about the shows that you give to producers to do your show. And one of the Bibles they gave us was the Adventure Time one.
Wow.
So I will show it to you. If you remind me, I will send it to you.
It'd be cool to know like how much. Okay, I'm after like apparently the third season. I did not stay up to date with Adventure Time like at all. Mostly because it just wasn't broadcast on the the Cartoon Network channel. I would be interested to see like how many things in that Bible that happened in later seasons was already kind of like there.
I can tell you that the lesbian relationship wasn't in the Bible, but the friendship was, which was an interesting thing. Anyway, sorry to interrupt the wonderful dragon game.
I was going to send you guys my comic, but I realised it's a little bit confusing. I'm going to just send that to you. So for my homework tomorrow, I had to make a horror comic.
Which is, of course, very exciting.
But I have a really weird way of storyboarding, which is I go from left to right down and then back up to the top. So if you try and look at it like a regular storyboard, it doesn't look like anything. And I just wanted to make sure it was accessible. That's not gonna work. You know what? I'll send it to you guys as it is, and I'll just number them. That might make it easier.
Cool.
Also,
excited.
Speaking of some art, I had some feels this morning because I saw some art that Emma was working on.
Ooh,
Oh, is this for your...
This is from my campaign, and I was just like, oh my gosh, Emma did art for like our first campaign together of like our whole party, and now Emma's doing art for like my campaign, and just, oh, I was crying.
I'll show you what I've done so far, because I've done colours now.
Wow,
Ooh, nice. What?
Hope looks so cute.
Is her name
Nice.
Hope?
Hope is the tiefling form for Fen.
Ta-da.
That's so
Maybe
cool.
Are those like red gloves?
Oh, I love the colours.
Thank you. Yeah, I was not sure. I wasn't convinced on the red gloves because they look a little bit like cleaning gloves. But I'm gonna stick with it as long as I can and just see how I feel. The pink overalls, though, a win. I wanted it to look like you could vibe that she's got something like floral Feywaldy going on, but you can't be 100% sure. Also, satyr ears, of course.
Yes.
Also,
Yes.
Also, she reminds me of like a femme jade. A little bit.
I do see
What is
it.
happening in Texas?
What's happening in Texas?
My whole Twitter's full of stuff about Texas right now.
What's happening in
Yeah.
Texas?
Basically, to provide medical care to trans kids can now be reported as child abuse.
What?
What?
Yeah.
What?
What's wrong with... No.
Do you want to know something I found out the other day? At least in the UK, same-sex couples can't divorce on grounds of adultery, because the definition of adultery is intercourse between peoples of the opposite gender. So, in order to, if you want to have a divorce as a same-sex marriage, you have to rely on like bad behaviour, which I think is ridiculous.
It's a bit weird.
Yeah,
Can't you just divorce if you don't like the person?
I think it's a little bit more complicated
Yes.
if the other party doesn't want to.
I feel like that should just be a thing, though.
I know.
Yeah.
But if another issue that's been brought up is they've laxed the no-fault divorce laws, which then means if your partner is adulterous,
Oh, this is it, yeah.
you can divorce them while it being no one's fault on paper. So it's like a double-edged sword. It's good for people who are trapped in horrible marriages,
Yeah.
but
I hate systems.
like surely there's a better way. Also, I'm going to send the comic I made to them.
I'm just going to keep saying it. New Zealand, best country. Love New
Best
Zealand.
country in the world.
New Zealand is
Big fan
really
of New
cool.
Zealand. Big fan of New Zealand, big fan of Iceland. I think they do things really well.
I would love
That's
to.
interesting.
Okay, so
Don't know what's happening in America. Aelin, if I ever become rich, I'm getting you out of there. I'm sending a plane over for you.
Please let me escape this hellhole.
Oh.
We're gonna airlift you out. If I ever come into a lot of money, it's doing that.
so
Last semester, last 2 classes for Ryan, so
Let's go.
Soon.
Let's go.
Soon.
Oh,
new job
Hell yeah.
soon.
nice.
so escaping from the horrible worlds we live in. To fantasy land we go.
We.
Gerald kind of like looks at you, Sleer, and then looks at you, Bluey, and has like a conflicted, confused emotion on his face, and then he just says, "Thank you for listening.
Me.
Understanding is the best."
It's okay, Jabal.
I don't want you to think that I'm regressing. Because
This isn't the same person. And you know better now.
I told Loran that we're very similar. Because in a way, I've kind of been him. Willing to follow your loved one into anything. I wouldn't do that now. I remember the reason I fell into him in the first place was because of the Underdark. Because I wanted to destroy it all. And he promised a world burnt. I don't want to talk about what I experienced down there, but trust me, it was enough to want that. But now I trust you. He looks specifically at you, Sleer, but then also kind of looks at the rest of you, all of you. Maybe not today, maybe not in 10 years from now. But you'll do it one day.
Sorry, what did you say? Trust us to.
Do it. As in destroy the Batar, destroy those places where they've got like the sisterhood, that kind of thing. That's a bit much for just this. That's all to say I'm not at risk of being drawn in by him, and I don't think he's at risk of sowing the seeds of chaos.
Wahahaha.
Seeds!
Seeds.
A shade.
Hey, look at them.
Hee
I really like that art.
hee.
It's cool.
I do want to put that one behind me instead.
What makes you so certain?
What did you say now?
What makes you so certain?
That
We wouldn't have one.
That the seeds of chaos won't be spread.
Leah just looks at Neff.
Neff is
an
the
expert.
Yeah. That is the exact look. And what are you doing?
What are
Spreading
you?
your own seeds of chaos.
I'm just asking questions in the garden of chaos with chaos trees, chaos plants. Maybe I'm planting a few chaos seeds. Who knows?
Sorella leans forward at that point.
Mm.
And they say, well, I'm not an opportunist, I promise, but I spy deals.
Uh-huh.
No, thank you.
I'm just offering my services if anyone had any uncertainties.
Hang on, I've got two questions. One about the contract, but Jaral, as far as you know, where or how is Ulster?
Ulster's still in there, but he can't see or hear or smell or taste or touch anything.
Just horrifying at all.
So,
Have you ever heard of a flotation tank? It's actually a really advanced form of therapy. It's kind of like that.
yes, in which Karul has taken Ulster's free will.
Yeah, you have to want to go to therapy, you know.
Just throw him in the flotation tank. Lock it in.
He's banging on the walls like, yeah!
No therapy.
My name is Patrick.
No therapy.
Stop.
No
It's too
therapy
real.
here.
Oh my god. Joel says, that's why they're gone, because this cannot continue any longer. Kroll needs another.
Vessel. And Valis is not an option.
It never was. Kroll told me that himself.
Good.
This Karul.
This Kroll. He wouldn't have harmed them. That much I know. But I still don't like it. And he doesn't either. And Neff, if you're concerned about any seeds of chaos, he has bodies,
Mhm.
but those bodies are severely limited,
Mm.
frozen at the time of their creation, at least in his skill level. He'd be no more a nuisance to you than... I stopped myself making a bad joke.
Wait, no, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
No, I really don't think...
Come on, Jar.
Well, now you said it, I'm curious, Joe.
He'd be no more nuisance to you than Ender was.
Oh,
Neff doesn't like that.
I didn't think it. I didn't think it was that sort of joke.
Oh my goodness. Oh.
Speaking of which,
A good joke?
I should go. No.
Go where?
Yeah, where'd you go, girl?
What you guys? I take that one back.
That's okay. I probed you for it.
Sorry.
No, it's
I
okay.
mean,
I apologize.
maybe we should all weaken our minds and have that joke forgotten for us, hey?
Zarina!
Oh my god.
That's so funny.
Seeds of
Let's all
chaos,
take
here they are.
one communal step closer to insanity.
Holding hands, like.
We all just end up in Titania's garden, rocking backwards and forwards.
Titania's insane asylum. Flashback to the beginning of the campaign. She set this all up from the get-go. She was also all the drowns in disguise were just secretly Titania in disguise.
Oh
So
my
that was
goodness
good.
gracious.
It was Titania all along.
along.
Even the goulash was Titania.
Oh my God. Titania!
It was Titanic
The
all
goulash!
along.
I forgot.
The goulash.
That was so long ago. Oh my God, we've been playing this game for too long.
We should
You say
have-
true. I say just long enough for another 10 years.
like near the end of this, I'd love to like give in suggestions for like a where are they now? So like we all give like NPC names, and the next
Goulash.
session, like
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. I love
Whatever
that.
happened to Jennifer?
Yeah, true. She had cool hair. I
Yo,
think.
she was executed.
Yeah, probably.
Probably. She
Yeah.
literally killed your mom looking at Neff.
Yeah, that happened.
Oopsie.
Was she also a drow in disguise?
No,
Oh, thank God.
No.
I would have been leaning too
she
heavy.
was just a bitch.
Do you remember when I tried to like make it look like you couldn't tell if it was Ocean or Jennifer?
Yeah, we all knew.
So you all knew.
That's so much.
Anyway. So Gerald's still smarting from his terrible joke. Just says, so I don't, I don't know what to do now.
What do you mean?
I guess.
Have I convinced you, or are you going to lock me up, or?
Why?
I don't know.
When I
Quite
asked
funny
if
that
you
Cass
would-
doesn't care.
We did it very differently, I feel.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I asked if you had talked to Valis, what I meant was, have you explained to him that his other parent might be coming back?
He doesn't know he's dead.
I didn't mean like that. More so returning to potentially.
He also doesn't know that Quirrell sent him there, not really. He doesn't have a full understanding of those things. I think he was too young to put it together. But he has memories of Quirrell. Memories enough to know his face. At least a little bit of his expectations of him. He may have kept me at a distance, whether that was for my health or other reasons, but at the very least he kept an eye. So I genuinely don't know how he would respond.
He's going to be coming back in some form or another, so you should probably prepare him for that if you intend him to be around him.
I'll try talking to him properly. When they come back,
Maybe just redo your camera.
when they come back, I believe it will be with Cruel as he was, not with Ulster. I do not think he'll be walking freely around the Messiah, if that's your concern.
Wouldn't it be better for maybe everyone to be around when Carol goes into another body?
When Ulster wakes up.
Yeah.
I can take you to our home.
Can it not happen here?
I think it's up to you.
Maybe not here because
You want to help if
looking
you my mansion, do you? That does come with a little bit of a fee.
well, Bluey was more thinking like looking at Sorellaras's door, thinking of the palace.
Yes, can't Sorellas open that door into anything?
Yeah.
Is that what Sorella was saying? Was I can open
pretty
my
much,
door
yeah.
anywhere?
Oh.
They say I can approximate. If that's what you want.
And what's the cost?
Bring me something from their home.
Leia looks to Gerald.
Draw like when you say interesting, something with memories or history. And Drawl says, fine. I have some letters, I'll bring those.
If there's like a lull in the conversation, Blue would want to ask Sorellas.
Yes.
Got there.
You did.
Also, sorry, the second question. So what exactly was the part of the contract that Ulster and Cruel signed that was about where his soul would end up?
I can get it up for you.
Are you referring to where his soul will be taken to? Because that's not entirely up to you. Now, the soul fragment, as it is, is destined for alarm and hell. Depending on the wording of the contract, for example, if you've promised him a different kind of afterlife, then it's actually on you to provide that.
You guys are kind of stuck with Karul. The soul fragment will be under my express protection until such time the contract it is bound to is destroyed. This destruction must be total and unerring, releasing the soul to the astral plane or other repository.
So, for example, if you want to change the direction of
Other
the soul
repository.
to the astral plane, the Feywild, to the fairy realm, to Elysium. I'm trying to think of other planes with further connections.
We have to destroy his contract as well as Cass's.
Indeed. And if you don't,
Stone will break.
Ulster will die. Now, funnily enough, this brings me back to the dragons. If you don't get any good dragons, neither of these contracts can be broken.
So many webs we've got ourselves in.
So now we're here in the space that I own, which is keep going, don't stop, and bring the dragons back, my friends. Well, friends. Associates.
And Cassiel is fading.
Indeed. Cassiel's energy is pouring into the cloak. But there are so many waiting to return home.
Could I do a history check of kind of, was there any sort of like political reasons Blue would know about that led to the dragon plague?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Gonna be bad. Unless it's
I was
really-
wildly going through notes.
I'll just roll. I'll shake this for a long time.
Nice.
I've got +0.
Great.
I don't think I've used my brief foresight. I don't think,
Okay.
because I just rolled a 1.
Okay, go for it.
Well. No, it's not like a save. So like, it's not like she'll. No, I can't. No, I can't use it on that.
Dude.
Natural 1 then.
Natural 1. Okay. Well, luckily enough, there is a certain amount of knowledge which everybody has, which is. Stop me if you've heard this one before. 500 years ago, Leo Barros and his 7 paladins.
Oopsie.
Oops.
Okay.
Essentially, if I'm remembering my own lore correctly, bless you, because it's quite a long time since.
Mm.
The Dragon Plague was a time when Leo Barros sent the dragons across Feyways. For multiple reasons, I guess with the natural 1, I won't get into those. But whether intended to or not, the Beacons of Resurgence started a chain of events which have led you here now. Led you to Melas being a rift, led you to being able to perceive the Feywild from the dungeons of the Winter Palace in Kalkan, Elijah's magic, Karul's sort of stretching into Alan's realm and influence. All that stuff is linked back to a insanely powerful natural surge which tore through reality and split the planes apart, creating places like Ananpur, which are impossible without that kind of powerful magic. The veins which you guys walk through to get to Valis. All that knowledge is contained within. You just know that base story. The rifts are a little bit more your niche knowledge, and then anything beyond that is knowledge which is pretty much only you guys have, or your associates. So that's what you get.
Okay. Yeah, look, Blue was trying to find like a reason, if there's any reason, to just keep in mind if bringing dragons back. Just I don't know. But she's like,
For
So,
sure.
Ness,
Yeah.
what do you know of the cloak of the Star Martyr?
Over the Star Martyr. Well, I know a little. The Star Martyr is, well, someone chosen by those beings who have command over the stars. Sort of makes sense. Those who have command over the stars also have command over navigation, seafaring, orientation. It makes sense, especially if you spend any time on the oceans. Like all of you have in some way. Now, riddle me this. If you were a deity who had dominion over these realms, power over these realms, and you saw a way to protect civilization from the calamity of deities tearing through the cosmos, fiends rising from hell, dragons, good or bad, whoever gets caught in the crossfire, would you use your power to protect the most of the world from those dangers, from those potential terrors? That is what is behind the clock. It is a stretch of the horizon line, which is a mantle borne by one, chosen, powerful enough to wear it. I believe Cassiel has worn the mantle since the dragons were dispelled. And from that point, others have been called forward to take on the task, and none have been successful. Because the issue is that the more time that passes, the harder it is to survive the transition. Whether that is of magical reasoning, whether that's because emotion gets in the way. Any more questions? Anything else you want me to elaborate on?
If it were up to you, Would you let the barrier fail?
He thinks about it for a while. Your only kind of sound or comfort, I guess, ambiance is the crackling of the fire behind them. And oh my god, Baz is just shoving his face in my mug of honey. So looking licked so badly by that. Oh,
Floof ball.
oh Basil.
The ball.
Oh my gosh, all the cans. He's like, give it to me. Wonder where Shu is. Anyway, Shu wouldn't come for Ulster, huh? Because Ulster's cruel.
Yeah, she would have known it was him.
Carl, get out of Brian.
Carl?
He's caught my hair. Oh no! Ow!
Emma is being attacked right now.
Oh, anyway, so Sorelleras thinks for a while, and then they say,
Sorry, Baz.
honestly, it's not viable. From my understanding, the triad came together because a single god's power alone was not enough to repair the damage that had been done beyond Feyways.
I just pause 1 second.
Yeah. The three goddesses had to come together to repair, or at least begin repairing, the damage that was done beyond. I personally don't want to know what's become of it. The fact of the matter is that, for whatever reason, the balance of this world is off. Demons, like Alan, don't grow to the mythological godlike status that they have without creatures of positive energy there to combat them. For most on this land, dragons are a myth. You know that is not true. You've seen them, you've spoken to me. And I believe it's my duty to restore my kind. I do not believe, however, in opening a door and letting things like Alarm through. Things like Tiamat.
So what do you propose?
Your friends know of your quest, I assume.
Which friends are you referring to?
All of you guys. Besties.
Yeah.
No, Baz. Don't you do it.
Do it. Do the thing.
As you better not.
Do it.
Oh my god.
Mm-mm.
Do it, evil demon child.
1, 2.
No.
See, you made your parent get up.
How could you do this to me?
He's in trouble.
I talk to them all day. Literally all day.
Feel that.
Anyway, so
They
So
talk
Sorella
back.
was saying that was asking if everybody in the group knew about what Slia had
Indeed.
going on.
Oh, okay. Well, Sleia let us know a little while ago.
Did she?
Well, maybe not everything. Oh,
Not everything. I don't think.
which bit?
As far as they know, Slia's told them everything.
Oh, yeah.
then, if there's no response, Sorella Rest will say, well, you are quite powerful. I suppose you should wear the cloak. Unless I'm mistaken, that's what they've been gearing you up.
It is.
Can it really only be a one-person job? It's a lot.
There has to be, from my understanding, complete synchronicity of mind, body, and magic. Leoberos sailed out with Cassiel and did not return with her.
So
He
you
knew it
would
was
only
for her
let
to do.
the dragons through and then put it on.
In the time between which she takes it off for you and you wear it, Feyways will open. And whatever is on the other side, I'll be waiting for you. And should they still be present there? Dragons.
We should hurry if there's going to be anything of her left.
She's fading. I'm sorry that your father failed.
You've seen why I can't.
I can barter with your goddess. Perhaps your wife and child could join you on the...
Is that really a place for them to grow up?
No. The closest thing to land around that place is a ship graveyard.
You should have a future. Freedom
What
and
do you
choice.
think of this? He looks at Neff. And
Also, is Gerald still there?
Yep. Gerald's like,
You say this, but this is a lot.
Yeah. Gerald knew nothing of this. Oops.
it,
Oh no, he knew something of it, but not the entire story.
oh.
Hmm?
Oh, I just scrolled down and all your stuff is highlighted. These notes are so old.
What does Lily think?
You say this, but this is a lot of things.
I can compile it into one very simple summarization for you.
Yeah, sure, if you please.
Slayer will be giving up a portion of her life, the rest of it, in order to protect the rest of the world from the horrors beyond the veil. You will likely never see her again.
The Feyways. Can any sort of kind of communication happen between here and there?
I suppose.
You know, like a video call every now and then?
Do not insight check Slia.
The plane of dreams is well travelled by deities, mortal, immortal.
I don't think I really know how I feel about it. It seems kind of unreal.
Well, I can assure you, Slayer, this will do good.
I know.
The unnavigatable continent of Feyways. How do you get there?
I believe there's a passage through Milas, unless I'm mistaken.
Tales of come and trend. Tears.
And I think that Odyssey's book might be needed to navigate it. If he was preparing to make the same journey I am. So he wouldn't have slipped that up. That was just me. Misword goofing.
Well, Melas was once the seat of great power. Makes sense they would have sent a paladin there. The dragon plague, kind of what it says on the tin. In the mortal plane, there were the good and the bad. a distinction which was given to the dragon depending on whether they supported the Dragon Lord Bahamut or the Dragon Queen. Now, no dragon itself has a standard alignment. Nothing so simple, nor so black and white. But protection, power, and safety for a creature such as us is often awarded by a more powerful, such as those two. So it reasons that the more you gravitated towards Tiamat, the more lax your morals became your care for humanity, and vice versa. Now, Bahamut was a little bit more exclusive than most would have liked. All these rules, so many mortals taking the place of dragons, thinking they could be righteous. But a dragon's nature is somewhat destructive. We hold so much power, we don't often know how to use it until we're fully grown, and by then we've committed atrocities in your eyes. For example, if an elephant was to trample through a town whilst learning how to walk, is it truly the elephant's fault? I don't know. If a dragon was to sneeze and set a building on fire, so more and more we were lumped with Tiamat, most of us, and then we were branded as a scourge. They didn't care to understand us better. So, if the veil falls and Tiamat is in power, or the cult of Tiamat has a hold on somewhere as powerful as Mela,
Bluey looks at the camera.
that would be quite the problem, wouldn't it? So like I said, you better get moving. It's starting to look like all of our troubles are intertwined, and I personally have no idea how that happened.
It's like a giant problem pretzel.
I know. I'm sure there's a way we could get a contract out of this.
Very eager after. Was that Loran?
I was eager after Loran was.
She's indicating like the scratch on like their face. And also asking like, oh, was that Loran who did that to you?
The one and only. Here's a problem. Just a little bit. I have been around long enough to know when someone is falling to the wrong side of things.
Mm-hmm. And what would a contract ensure for you? Safety, the furtherment of your kind.
To get this far, I've had to make my fair share of deals. I have no delusions that my soul is bound for anywhere but a downward spiral. about 9 rotations worth. But I would like to live to see my people.
Say again?
I would like to live to see my kind returned. And I know most of you haven't lived that long, but I've lived long enough to know when something is slipping from my grasp. I won't force you to sign another contract, but I want your word. That you'll bring the dragons. I've already offered to help you.
I mean, we're not all here, but I give my word.
Very much appreciated, Bluey. Gerald just says, I don't know if mine's worth much. Then you just shrug.
Perhaps my position was already clear, but I will.
Nefel Karadaman Yazal.
Yeah. That's me.
Is that a yes?
Oh, I thought that was you giving your word by just going, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
If Bluey said you're stuck with us anyway and then rolled persuasion.
I don't think he needs persuading, I think. She'd just be...
Yeah.
She'd agree, I think. Although hesitantly. Yeah, okay. It's a yes, but it's a conflicted yes.
And with that, giving your word. Loran sneezes. A distinct impression. People are talking about me.
I had a shower. That's why my hair looks like this.
Oh, welcome back.
Aren't you pleased? People are always talking about you.
Always. So, where is this body then?
It's in the very depths of this abode, in the deepest shadow. Spooky.
To the pantry.
No, just the basement.
Okay. You guys carry on down further through treacherous tunnels shadowed with algae.
It's just a house, mate.
And you find yourself in front of a door. Thick wood with an iron-wrought handle on it. Quite out of place in this mostly carved natural.
Can I have the blood back?
Molecule magic. And the round party.
It's really very simple. I'm just going to wing this, because I'm assuming Karul knows what he's doing. Lily doesn't know what Karul's doing, but... So Karul will take the blood, he will empty it onto the door handle, and he'll wait, and then he'll turn it.
It sort of absorbs in, and the door takes on almost like a breath as it slowly rattles. And you know you can turn it. And you open it to reveal, well, I thought you said this wasn't a pantry, but what is essentially a 10 by 10 foot space, which seems almost completely empty. And Loran looks into it, and then looks at the ground and just says, "Mm." He picks up his foot and just taps it against the floor and watches it pass through the illusion. Good start. How about you get rid of this and we climb down?
The thing is, this has been updated since my last time here.
Oh,
The illusion, the spells, I changed them, Gerard changed them. The memory's a bit foggy.
insight check. Natural 20.
He's telling the truth.
He's saying the truth? Okay. Surely there's a way to get your memories. What if I slapped you?
I think that would be counted as a threatening action.
Okay, and remember, if you send me in here ahead of you and I get hurt, or you willfully withhold anything from me, I think that's also...
I'm not willfully withholding anything.
I know. I just wanted to remind you.
Mm-hmm. Cruel crouched by the illusion, and can I roll an Arcana check?
Yes, you can.
25.
Okay.
With Cruel's nice stats.
Very good. So, with an Arcana check, you kind of observe and you can tell that the illusion for this is connected to rune work, which would be naturally, from your style of casting, naturally scratched to be concealed within the cracks of the wall. So you'd have to find probably about 4 runes, one for each corner, to anchor this illusion down, which would be in the 4 corners of this room.
So by disrupting the runes, I could take it down.
You could.
Loran, I'm not as confident using Allstairs magic. But I believe if you look at each corner, you could dismantle the rune spell.
Why don't we hop on the carpet and float around?
If that's how you want to approach it.
You hop up onto the carpet and you can hover to each corner. It's quite a small room, so it's not too difficult. I'll have you roll an investigation check with advantage for everything, because you're having 2 people look at me.
If I already get advantage on all my rolls because I've got foresight, what does that mean? Does that mean triple advantage?
You don't get triple advantage.
Damn it. So it's investigation.
Yeah.
18.
18. You find the first rune hidden under an overhang in the left-hand corner of the room, right close to the door.
He will... I'm assuming he can do this. Retcon me if it's wrong. He will just scratch a new notation to cancel it out.
Yeah, that's fine. Loran moves you to the other side. Roll again.
15.
15. Easy enough.
And again and again.
And again and again.
16.
Okay.
What is that? 14.
14. The last one is a little bit hard for you to find, and you can't really spot it. But Loran kind of notices a notch which you followed out. You're just able to find it.
Bit rusty.
You're welcome.
20 years and a piece of paper will do that.
I wouldn't know.
We're not that far apart in age, are we?
You're closer to Sarrazin than to me.
Although, take 20 years off me, I'm probably closer to you.
How old are you?
How old are you?
I lost count. I had my birthday 6 years ago.
Crawl kind of leans in. How old's Ulster?
Don't be creepy.
I'm not the creep. And he leans back. Crawl grins. Older than me.
Let's stop being weird.
Yeah, Crawl looks uncomfortable. He just kind of shuffles around.
You started this!
No.
I want to put it out right now that this is fantasy, and the ages match up. The reason is Tao Shuri are kids, are like physically children until they're like 50.
Karul is messing with Loran's insecurities.
Yeah.
He thinks it's funny.
Loran's not insecure about that at all,
Uh-huh.
I will say.
He doesn't know that. He's probing around, seeing what he can get.
Because I feel like, Loran wouldn't be insecure about the age difference.
And Karul is very proud about his own relationship's age difference.
Okay. There you go.
Doral, older man, he's happy.
I just want there to be no ambiguity. And also, Loran never met Ulster when he was growing up.
Emma, we all get it. It's okay. We don't need to go into the defensive rant.
No, I'm not. It's not a rant. I just want to make sure.
Don't you rant? I'm going to see defeat something.
No, I'm not.
No. I love you.
So, the floorway falls away, leaving behind a 30-foot deep pit, 10 foot by 10 foot across, with sort of like almost completely flattened stone walls on all sides of it. You, just from looking at it, can't see any way to climb down, which would be a huge problem. But I gave you guys magic carpets when you were like level 6, so I shot myself in the foot.
And you gave me Loran at level 1.
Yeah, I know. So you hover down, and you see an open coffin, which appears, other than like the residual buildup of like damp and like a water or some kind of liquid that's been dripping into it, or must have dripped into it naturally over time, completely empty.
Arcana check.
Okay.
23. I also want to preface the reason Karul's rolls are looking super high is because he cast Foresight on himself. So he gets advantage on everything.
Okay.
It's a good spell.
It's a good spell.
About 10 foot below this, you sense a strong teleportation magic.
Do I get any other hint? Because this is my trap.
You also know that this is not where your body would be. Not this coffin. There's something more beneath this.
Okay. Can I roll intelligence to see if I remember this trap?
Sure.
19.
19. So, with a 19, you know that this coffin is not actually filled with natural ooze. It is filled with body-dissolving acid.
Don't touch that.
Yeah. Looks kind of grim.
Any way to magic it away? I don't think druids would be quite as accomplished as making things disappear.
Gather round as I make this bizarre coffin disappear. Loran will reach out for the... Oh no, all of his spell slots reset. Well, regardless.
He's an NPC.
Yeah, he's an NPC. Loran will reach out for this, and he will cast Reduce. So it becomes a very small acid coffin. And then from the carpet, he'll use Mage Hand to just gently close the lid, and scooch over, pick it up, put it onto the carpet with a bit of your help, and you guys could just leave it at the top.
Karul tries to help, and he realizes that Ulster cannot bear any weight. He's just like,
but you're real happy we're doing this now, aren't you?
Useless.
Right.
Sorry, was that insensitive?
I hate you. Anyway.
I'm sorry for simply stating facts. He's really weak. He has other strengths that I acknowledge.
I'd rather you didn't acknowledge them. I think that's what started you on a bad path.
Karul looks like he wants to say something, and he's like, no, I don't think I will. I sense I've made an error.
So.
I sense I've made some sort of error.
With that out of the way, there is a very thin layer of like brickwork, which is very loose. It comes away really easily. You find another coffin. This one is ornate, beautiful. It's lavish. It's more like a buried, like golden kind of like bridal box, was shaped like a coffin than anything. There is a very, very simple code lock mechanism, which honestly, I think you probably just remember it.
Okay.
Because it's child's play. Takes you 2 tries and you get it. It pops open. And inside, this coffin is filled with gold and riches and gems. Anything you can imagine.
Arcana check.
Okay.
19 again.
Okay. So, first thing you realise...
Wait, no, not 19. It was Arcana check. 25.
Ooh. So, this is fool's gold.
Mm-hmm.
Which means once you take it from its place of origin, it'll return there once taken. Disappearing from your person, leaving you with no knowledge of where it's gone.
Mm.
Now, the gold is otherwise completely untrapped and is definitely not hiding a cruel body. And you have a sudden realization of like, wait, no, it's underneath this one.
He's just like, yeah, I might want to move that one as well.
Great, okay.
I cannot help you. He just like swings his little arm. He's like sad.
Stop complaining.
I'm just keeping my hands off.
Yeah.
Taking care of this body because I feel like he'd put something out if I tried.
I feel like he's put something out by being buried in stasis.
He is fine.
Are you sure? How's his mental health? My friend.
He stops and thinks, I sense I made another mistake.
There you go.
Sits back on the carpet.
And Loran will do the same treatment on this as he did the other one. It's a bit harder, a bit heavier, but nonetheless, it's done.
Whoever thought that Carol and Loran would go on a zany adventure?
Carol and all stuff. Anyway.
He's straight chilling.
In Cedar Rapids.
Yeah.
One of my favourite vines was when Hillary Clinton filmed herself in Cedar Rapids with a water bottle and she said, I'm straight chilling in Cedar Rapids. But nobody really knows that one. So I've just been saying it for the last 5 years by myself.
Alright, we get you.
Thank you.
I love it, thank you. Vine comps are like my brain chill, so
Anyway. I could tell you got it, Elan, and I could tell that they got it, so I am pleased. Anna Thomas, educate yourself.
I'm trying to search it up right now.
People,
Oh, here it is.
Vines that really butter my biscuits is a great one.
Butter my biscuits.
Oh my god, okay. Georgia and I watched a Vine compilation together, which contained the funniest Vine we've ever seen, but we've never been able to find it again. And we were on the floor laughing about it for like ages. And I can't describe it. Oh. Okay. I can't describe it except... Oh, that was our timer for the game. We're going to keep going.
Ignore that.
It was like, okay, I'm going to try and recreate it.
I will have to sleep just past 11.
I will not recreate it.
Just, for once, I'm going to just be like, I need to because I've got class early.
It's important, yeah.
But it was basically somebody going like this, like behind a door, like, ha, pretending they were being strangled by someone, ha, and then they walked away, and then a little alien hand popped out. It was so funny. It was so good. But that's it. Anyway.
Cool.
So, you guys move the golden coffin, and underneath that coffin, you see how many? Another layer of brickwork, which you pull up. And then there is a almost completed teleportation circle.
Uh-huh.
What do you think?
Surely I know what's going on.
Roll me an intelligence check with advantage.
That will be a 15.
I'm not trapping you. I'm just giving you a chance to have fun with the memory thing.
Mm-hmm.
15. You have a recollection of this teleportation circle being used to get to the body itself.
Okay.
And you know the body is not far beneath you now. Only thing missing is your signature rune, which is and looks like what?
Oh, fun. I don't do runes, so I'm just gonna make something up.
Okay.
Karul looks like he's thinking, and then his red eyes turn gold as his memories kind of resurface. And he's like, okay. And he'll lean down and draw in the center part of his signature, but in a more runic manner. I'm going to interpret it literally.
Yeah.
I feel like he would.
At which point the teleportation circle.
You can probably find that in the Malel lands, in the center of the carnage.
The teleportation circle begins to rumble, and there's a snap of disorientation, and you guys are underground.
Hmm.
You can't see the exit on top of you anymore. You can't see the doorway you came in through. What you can see is right in front of you is a bricked up, ruined facade, which, for all you know, is the final wall between you and the body.
Can I arcana check?
You may, yeah.
27.
27. So, to enter here, quite simple. Whoever opens it just needs to give a little blow.
He's like, technically I can't do this. It'd be harming Ulster's body.
There's nothing of Joel's left.
He only gave me enough for the door. It doesn't need to be a lot.
If I need to use this against you, I will. So make sure I don't have to.
You're scared of a paper cut?
So, just say it as insurance on my.
Go ahead.
Loran shifts and his teeth sharpen. And the tips of his mouth just pull back. And he flashes on and wipes it. At which point the brickworks begin to rattle and then tuck themselves away, revealing behind a sleek blackwood coffin with a very simple latch. Pops open and just creaks aside. And inside is revealed perfect preservation of Karul's body. And when Loran looks at it, he almost retches and has to look away.
Karul kind of walks up to it. Am I that horrifying to you?
You should have seen what you did to us, even if you can't fully remember. Mute. You.
I have no doubt.
I'm doing this for Ulster, you know. But I promise you, Karul, I will make it so that you can never come near my.
As long as you give me mine back, I'm happy to agree to those terms.
I didn't take them, they came to us willingly. You should hope they come to you in the same way.
We'll have to see.
That we will.
You and Cass are quite similar, aren't you?
The difference between me and Cass is that I believe Cass is inherently good. Whereas I make no such claim.
Do you want to know, Loran, what I think the root of all evil is?
Enlighten me.
Hatred.
Then paint me a villain.
I think you would have made a better one than I. Ulster too.
You don't say those kinds of things lightly.
No. I no longer have the ambition I did, and I lack the hatred. Even if I'm surrounded by it. You, Cass. Probably Ulster, but doesn't feel quite as vitriolic somehow. The more you hate me, the more twisted you become.
True. But I'm already so screwed out of shape.
Maybe you and Cass should take some time to yourselves after this. Because I can still help you. I know you wanted to put a blanket statement on you shouldn't talk to Karul. He can't help you. He'll corrupt you and drive you to all kinds of evil, but I have information that I'm willing to give. My wants and needs are very simple. I don't have the same hatred for you or for Ulster. In fact, I really don't care about a lot of you.
What you don't understand, Cruel, is that you actually have a duty to care after everything you've done. Saying you don't care doesn't make it go away, even if it clears your conscience a little. Makes you feel a bit more empowered. Because that's what you really want. You want to feel in control of the situation. You didn't take Ulster because you hate him, or you wanted ownership. You took him because you were trapped and Droll was about to leave you, and you needed a way out. Now, this body here has absolutely no tether to Droll. It's tied to a completely different contract which we already disappeared. Now, if, for example, I were to, and he releases his claws and just trails them down the hand, take a couple of these, or he kind of like drifts it up to the mouth and flicks across the lip. Cut that out. I don't think that would have any bearing on our current contract. So,
It might have a bearing on your soul, though, Loran.
so long as Ulster remains intact, I don't care. Before you go in there, I'm going to make a promise out here. You give us your information, you get your chance to have your family. That's fine. When this is all done, we're done. Droll and Valis can come over. Not you. Never you.
Okay. Crawl kind of circles around the body and he's looking down at it, kind of inspecting. I would prefer you not to damage this one. But in exchange, I'll offer you an honest response to some of the things you just said. You said I don't care about anyone and I'm acting because I want power. over certain members of your party. That,
No, you wanted power for yourself.
no. Not anymore. I want to be alive again. I want to touch things and feel them under my fingers. I want to take a breath and feel it move through my lungs again.
That's actually what I was. You couldn't have that in the car. That's why you started.
And one last thing you didn't know. I do care about some people in this party. And I won't tell you which ones. But I'm more than happy for you to place the divide that you want to. I won't come near your family. I won't come near Ulster. I'll offer you my information, and then I'll live my little life without you. Or him. Or whatever thousands of children you obviously intend on making.
Neff will be sure happy to know you care about her.
He stays quiet. He doesn't give him any indication who he's talking about.
And whether you actually care about Ulster, I want to just remind you, if you care for someone, their well-being becomes a priority. Now, you've shown a consistent lack of consideration for Ulster. So let's finish this, shall we?
My tummy grumbled.
Let's finish this. How do we get out? Or do I have to take us back?
Well, only the house is protected by the spell. And you should be able to, theoretically, teleport. Depends where you'd like Ulster to be brought back. In here. In a mansion. Although I cannot enter yours. That was a fact that proved correct. Someone's been warding me out.
What if it's one of the ones you cared about? I'm not gonna. You won't.
Cruel loss.
Right then. Let's not leave them in our dust. Ah. It's not a problem. I can fix this. Pulls out the locket. Pop that in there. Get this one out.
This will be interesting.
At which point, Loran holds the locket towards Cruel's body. And in the old switcheroo style, Cruel goes in and Sarza comes to consciousness in a coffin underground. He sits up like, ah! So here, is that you? Is this the afterlife?
Oh my
And
goodness.
we will...
I've still got 20 minutes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And Sarza sits up, hyperventilating, reaches for his sword, realizes, I don't.
Yikes. Sarla. Oh yeah, Loran, I snogged Dural.
I know it's you. What did Bluey say?
Yeah, I didn't know that Sarza had an inkling or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's you. Cruel, I know. I wasn't blind in there. I saw everything. Kind of. From within the rat's jacket.
It's cozy in there, isn't it?
No, I hated it. I hate you.
Yeah, it's being tossed around a lot these days.
He has a way with words, this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Loran! Stop! Loran's just like, I mean... I'm sorry?
Actually, yeah, it has been Loran carrying you around for most of the time.
Oh, what? Well, thank you. Thank you so much for that kindness. Now, why are we down here and why am I in a coffin? It's too dark for me to see. I'm stressed.
Welcome to my house.
Thanks, I hate it.
You haven't even seen the rest of it, Zara.
I don't want to see it. I want to go back to the Maasai, and I want everyone to see what you've done.
I haven't done anything. He's fine. I have said this multiple times.
Mm-hmm. So if you swapped out right now, he would be okay. He would be standing there and be like, "Hey guys, I was the whole time." Would he really say that? Cool.
Was Ulster fine to begin with?
Once, shockingly.
I really actually don't think so. I remember when I came to the Maasai, he was kicking people's teeth out. So I'm not going to be held responsible for any strange behavior that happens. Yes, but he continued to do that into his late teens.
Well, we're all...
And then he started eating people, so it was an escalation.
Right. Listen to me.
That wasn't my fault. I was only responsible for the burning part.
Him eating you was your fault.
He ate other people too.
Well. Loran just says, "Cruel, this is one of those moments where you shut the fuck up and take it."
I would like to be extricated.
Okay.
You're both very unfairly, especially you, Lucas Arza. You are unfairly large. Yeah, it's really disconcerting from down here. How does Ulster even look at you? He like has to go
from the magic carpet usually, or sometimes I kneel.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to go about it. Really.
Not for you though. I've never.
You want to get on your knees for me?
Fuck you! I swore. Loran just says, "I'm going to start slapping people. If we don't leave right now." Because honestly,
we're not having fun because this was a really fun therapeutic session for me.
Therapy, that's what we need. That's it. Perfect.
It's been a while since I've talked to other Talshiri, but I mean, since all of my family are dead.
That went real well for you, didn't it?
Yeah. To be fair, they weren't very nice. I mean, my sister was fine, but...
Were they actually not very nice?
No.
Or was it just your perception of them?
We can talk about this at length when I have my body back.
You're really acting as if I would care to talk to you when there's other people around.
I think you'll all still be talking to me when I have my body back, considering the contract you've set up to protect me until it's destroyed. Or do I need to remind you? He starts pulling his blouse off to show the contract.
Trust me, I have not forgotten what that back.
Pretty nasty, actually. You should rub some salve in.
I will.
Get a bit itchy.
Remember? Flash attack.
Cor's like, I don't want these. I don't want these. Go away.
Okay. Anyway, let's go. He claps his hands.
Really get that mole checked out, Laura. He starts walking.
No. So, you guys. Lauren's got little tiny moles, but it's
yeah.
It's a tiny butt mole.
He has a butt mole.
It's cute.
Cool.
Things you never knew about that to the articles around his butt.
Don't worry, guys. We'll be reunited soon. You can take all your frustrations out.
And like, it is now living in my mind rent free. I mean, what have you done?
It's too late for you.
It is too late for me.
So, I am going to expedite this slightly. All of you in the mansion, sitting with Gerald, serious conversations, everyone's crying, everyone is sad.
Whilst the Danes and Karul just ban.
From the distance, you hear a rumbling, as if two proton stars have just collided.
Jesus
and a dwarf planet has been summoned from a locket and is about to implode.
Woohoo.
Without knocking on the door, you hear it slam open. At which point, Loran, Sarazar, Ulster, but Ulster is cruel, all just fall through. And Sarazar
you're all
quickly
here.
shuts it behind them. What was that, Blue? What was that, Slayer?
Oh, look, you're all here.
Loran just says, "Hello, everyone. I just went on my little villain arc. Was a good time. Would recommend it if anybody has any catharsis they need.
I think you started your villain arc long ago.
I did. This is like, you know, bit of step progression.
12-step program for you.
I hate you.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, can we get to the point where we put Ulster back in his own body? And
Oh,
you...
no greetings, Slayer. I'm hurt.
Gerald stands up and just says, "Stop this.
We got the body.
So get out, please."
Exactly.
Probably get a bed in here.
Say again?
Sorella says, "There's water beds upstairs if you follow me." They waft upstairs.
They're
Yeah, with these waterbeds.
They're scary.
Yeah, Crew's like, they're really scary.
Loran makes a mental note. Sorella scares Coral.
No, I'm scared of a few things. Your buttonhole, for one.
You want to see it again?
No. Oof.
You just did, didn't you?
Yeah, he gets a whole series of flashbacks. He's like, no. I do not want to be in this brain anymore.
Okay. So you guys go all the way upstairs. And Soraras will lead you into a very spacious room with waterbed. It's very comfortable. Also, do you climb onto it? Coral, sorry, do you climb onto it?
He flops down. He's like, never understood the appeal of these.
No one. Well, Loran certainly doesn't respond. At which point, he pulls out the locket and just says, "Everyone, you guys are about to see something real gross. Shield your eyes should you need to."
Or don't.
And he points the locket towards the bed and just goes, "Huh." And points it on the floor and just...
Wait, no, Cruel will intervene if if Loran does this.
Is there a second bed? Is there a
They're not
futon?
beds? No way.
They're not showing a bed.
There are no beds.
What can he do? He will try and cast a little cushion for the body to land on, and it's attempting to be flowers. It comes out as grass. He's like,
Some crabgrass.
yeah.
Little weeds.
He's like,
And Coral's body just flops on the floor. And Gerald flinches a little bit. And then
maybe it was scary.
does there have to be this many people in here while this happens? Gerald says,
Would you like us to leave?
maybe just give us some space. Stand back a bit.
I would like to say, I can't promise what state Ulster will be in when he comes back. I'm going to go with shock, but I have not harmed him.
Loran just says, "We'll judge that when you're gone."
No, I'm just
Say
saying you
less.
should be prepared.
Get out.
Say please.
No.
Can I roll a persuasion check?
Certainly try.
Oh, Emma. 26.
No.
Wait, no, that's the wrong one. 25. No.
Take a deep breath in that body.
Unsatisfied. Maybe you should get that checked out too. He kind of pats his chest. And then he lies back.
Oh, I've got to be cruel again.
Now you gotta be cruel.
I want to be
Now
cruel.
you're gonna take it.
Oh, okay. Wait, do I just have to do it now? I'm a team.
Are they gonna do it? Yeah.
Is it doing time?
Karul will wait, and then he'll just tilt his head back and exhale.
Feels wrong.
Now you have to be cruel.
I'm putting my shoes on. Putting my cruel shoes on. Okay.
That was fun, though. That was really fun.
That was fun.
You did it well.
Thanks.
So,
I've been cruel for 3 episodes.
did you enjoy?
Yeah.
You guys take a step back as Allstair, well, Cruel, lies down. After saying what he said about Allstair's chronic lung condition. No blow, but okay.
No, I didn't say please.
And
Even though I rolled 25, I got a natural 20.
there was literally nothing that was going to make him be polite. And you lie down. From everyone else's perspective, first things that you see, Gerald hesitantly, when this space moves to...
What's wrong?
I'm trying to pick. Moves to Cruel's side. And just sits on the floor a little bit away from him, but close enough that he's within reaching distance if something happens. And after a moment, Allstair's breath kind of exhales and
Okay.
and Cruel's body inhales. And after a moment, his eyes open. And the first gaze that they meet is Gerald's. Now that Allstair is free from Cruel's possession, Loran reaches over and takes his face and just kind of like pulls him up into his lap and just holds him and watches and waits. And waits. See?
Leah would like to medicine check both the bodies, starting with Allstairs.
Make some medicine checks for me, please.
$18 for the first one.
So with an 18,
21 with the second one.
Do you want me to tell you anything about it?
I'm going to just say, yeah. Something you notice about Allstair's body is that it is quite underfed. From experience with Cass, you know that possession doesn't necessitate food or drink. Not really. And Cruel has not been taking the best care of this. Something else you notice as Loran becomes increasingly stiff and focused, almost hyperfixated on Ulster's face, is that Ulster's soul hasn't come back at all. Breathing, but there's nothing. And if you do go over to Cruel,
If Gerald allows it, she would say, "Let me check him, please."
Drell hasn't moved from his spot. And Cruel is kind of very slowly kind of sitting up and getting used to his body, almost like a baby giraffe.
It's a very big body.
And there's almost a disorientation coming from Ulster. With 21, he's probably a little exhausted, but otherwise unharmed.
You could have taken better care of your vessel.
Cruel, don't think he says it.
So I wasn't expecting a response. She just goes back to, like, Loren's side at that point.
"1 minute, 2 minutes, and that already feels like. When you get to 5 minutes, Loran's panic starts to show, and his teeth, his nails, everything is sharpened. His eyes, the tips of his ears. And when you try and get near him, he slaps your hand away and just says, "Why isn't he coming back? Why?" And he looks over. "You didn't hurt him then, did you?" And Cruel says, "I have no control over how his body was. His soul.
Again?
I have no control over I have no control over how his body or soul would respond." And Loran just says, "Bullshit." "Papa! Ulster, where are you? Where are you?"
Loran, can you bring Shu here?
Here you go. Loran says, "Think of leaving his side. You're wrong."
Zarazar, someone that
Zarazar.
Shu trusts. She has a bond with Ulster like none other.
I rolled a nat 20 on animal handling
Really?
session before last, so Boo volunteered. She might use like her boots of haste just to kind of like run around the castle going, "Shoo!"
Shoo! You rush around the castle and you bump into Lucas at one point, who's like, "Where's Ulster gone? He's been missing for hours." And then you bump into Zarina saying, "I think I figured out what just happened." And she's running towards Sorolaris' mansion. You run into NPC after NPC. Kev is sniffling in a corner. Valis has knives out and is climbing up the walls. Daniel is at the bottom like, "Go higher!" And then you hear the rumbling of wings as Shu just comes barreling towards you and then very lightly chomps onto your neck. And then releases you.
Like a little baby lion.
She'll follow you.
Sprint back. If she dashes, then it's just 120 feet of movement every 6 seconds.
You dash back, and the door miraculously is large enough to fit Shu in it somehow. And Shu barrels upstairs. She knocks over the plates of tapenades and yucky olives with her wing and just zooms through, and in seconds is squeezing through the door. This makes it a bit cramped, I will say.
Carol's like, ugh.
Oh, no, not this again. And she barrels into the bed, her talons almost ripping the water mattress, but not somehow. And she wraps herself around Ulster, and she wraps herself around Loran. And waits. Loran becoming increasingly irate. Another 5 minutes. It's not enough.
What about your own mansion? The doors, something. Any sort of tether to bring him back.
Loran picks Ulster up, doesn't spare a glance for Carol, and just walks out with Shu hot on their heels. And just runs. And this time, when they run through the castle, the bewildered NPCs are less bewildered and more alert, shocked. Because the king is collapsed in Loran's arm. And Loran does not stop to give any explanation. Do any of you follow?
Slia goes to Lucas.
Someone would have to stay here because at least I wouldn't be comfortable with Karul and Furinia in the same mansion alone without one of us there.
Carol's like, can anyone bring me a daiquiri?
Sarah's is like, Neff, I trust you to keep him in line more than anyone.
Okay, Sarah.
I've seen he cares about you.
Yeah. He loves that.
Neff will stay here.
I would love to know where this theory comes from.
Carol's like, no. Not her.
Anyone.
No, but Neff.
It's me! She yells from her 3 feet off the ground.
Ah! Oh, be gone, foul fiend!
Less than half his height.
And Blue, you're going to protect this room as well?
Double trouble.
Up to you.
Okay, it's not as if Slayer can run about.
Yeah, if Bluey wants to tag out with Slia and be like, no, you stay here. And I'll go talk to Lucas, that is perfectly fine.
Oh, right, okay. I could find Lucas and then check on Loran. Find Lucas, tell him to... Or maybe not. Oh, I don't know.
Slia, you also know that Furinia is still in the mansion. The same one Crawler's in it.
Cool, ain't doing shit.
Yeah. Well, Slia's thought was, if Karul tries anything, she'll just kill him with her bare hands, and I have no problem with that. Wait, nope. Slia remembers we can't harm Karul.
Yeah, you can't do anything.
Yeah, my wife cannot harm Karul. I will stay with my angry wife, who I love very much.
You also can't hurt her, if you remember
That's
that.
true. Yeah. Yeah, Slia will stay in the mansion, but she does express somebody needs to go talk to Lucas.
Okay. Then I think Blue will run to Lucas first to be ready to talk soon. But maybe Lucas should be speaking to Brian. I don't know. Blue is going to go after Lucas and yeah.
Before we finish, I want to do a scene. So,
Okay.
As you head off to Lucas, there you're with Phrynia and Neff. You are with Saraza guarding Crawl and Dral.
Mhm.
Loran and Shu escort Ulster upstairs as fast as they can, ignoring the bewildered glances of those within the Ice Palace, and take him towards the brunch room where Loran had cast the mansion door. Ulster passes through without any issue. But the flowers on Shoan and Serena's doors are wilted, ever so slightly. Lack of care, lack of attention, affecting Ulster's flowers. Lorana's control over how the mansion presents itself. So as you enter through, even though they are in different spaces, the doorway where Shoan's sunflowers are and where Zarina's snowdrops are enclosing almost a hallway. Their flowers meeting in the middle, making a seam of yellow and white. And Loran just places Ulster down and Shu curls at his feet. And Loran holds you. Ulster. Somewhere very, very far away. In this dark place you've been in for the last day? Hours? It's hard to say. You just hear a voice. And the voice goes, "Love, you can't leave me. Because if you go, then I've got nothing tethering me here. The flowers are wilting, and if they die, I don't know what that means for our children or for me. But you have to come back. You may not know where you are, but I can tell you, you are home with me, with our children, in my mansion. No one can hurt you here. No one's coming in. And I'll make sure of it. I'll take you somewhere they'll never touch you. Come back. It's safe here. It's safe for us here. Ulster. It's like we're lying in the lavender fields. Can take us there if it's what you need. But I'm not leaving you where you are. So come back here, please. And he keeps talking like that, over and over again.
Meh. After a while, I think some of the colour starts returning to Ulster's face and to his hair. And he'll just slowly open his eyes. And I don't think he'll say anything, but he'll just reach up to lightly grab at some of Loran's hair.
And Loran just collapses onto you. And something you couldn't see from within the dark is the cut on Loran's hand, holding yours, pressed so close, as he passes some of his life into yours, bringing your body back.
Loran!
And that's where we'll leave it for today. Yay! Mel's had a good time.
We got our boy back.
The boy.
Loran! Lala!
Ulster's back. He didn't say a single word, but he's there.
He's there. Thank goodness.
I wanted to bring Lala, but Lala did not want to be here.
Hello.
So,
How y'all doing?
I'm feeling
Huge breath.
mm,
It was weird having to be cruel again.
You got a relief from him for a bit.
What a
I'm
ride.
so used to being able to bounce off you with it.
Hee hee. I hope I helped flesh out the character everyone was so scared
We have
of.
so many fics, guys. We've got so many fics. How many thousands of words worth of
It's like a novella length. now.
It's novella length. That's
Yeah.
how much information we have.
The thing is, we had to develop so much information to pull this whole arc off
Yeah.
because we didn't know like the other sides of this character and his relationships and his family.
Yeah.
So by developing it, we were like, oh shit, yeah, he's still scary and he's still a villain, and yes, he's still done horrible things, but now he's fleshed out and we know his backstory and we know how to freeze this character in this point of time and make him sympathetic in a way.
Yeah, it could only work with this time point.
It could only work at this time point because if it was any later than this, he's irredeemable, like beyond anything. So there you go. Woohoo!
It was also fun to write more of Gerald's backstory because it's gotten real
True.
sad up in here, guys.
Gerald deserves good things.
Poor Jarell.
Whee!
Yeah.
Woohoo!
Right, I really need to pee, and you've got to go to sleep.
I have to go to sleep, yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, friends.
Thank you.
See you
Good
on
night.
so much.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
See you on normal time. And when the video is posted, please tell me because I need to rewatch a few of those scenes because it's a lot of emotion.
I will upload it.
So
and then
much emotion.
I will let you know.
Thank you. Love you guys.
Love you
Love you all. Thank you.
Bye-bye.